You're jamming with the hottest disc jockey. The DJ Dork Genius.
Be sure to send your music and beats over to ThatDorkyReviewShow at gmail.com.
Pull up a seat, nigga. Grab a plate or something. Nah, that's all you, nigga. That's all you. Nigga, we gonna eat together. My shit, your shit, nigga. You know that. Came up on them banging shit. I was in the field. 2-4 chain hanging, fuck you and your deal, yeah. Fresh up out the trap, count $1 million bill, shit. OG, show me how $1 million feel, yeah. This ain't even rap, this $1 million spill. I'm just trying to give you food for thought. Benny behind the mills, yeah. Guns up in the crib, wasn't thinking how mama feel, yeah. Family all stressed when they put you in Pottersville, yeah. Anytime I grip it, just know that I shoot to kill. If I miss him, then I miss him. We ran him right out the hill, yeah. New foreign cars, push the phantom right out the hill, yeah. New foreign bras, only dated so I could kill, yeah. I'm just glad we made it, was praying behind the wheel. More bottles of Henny was faded behind the wheel. Wi-Fi DZ cracking his seal. Yo, Rick and nigga was cracking, we try and get you a pills. Dump it, you cowards. I just want the money and power. Like fuck your budget, we get that money in hours. Independent now, all the money is ours. Money was looking low, now money look like a tower. 2-4 ready to go to war with them. 2-4 ready to go to war with them. Bulls 96 high ball with them. You see how my niggas all living.
This shit right here getting redundant, you feel me? I don't trust you. You don't trust me. I mean, where we go from here? Shit. I don't know. One thing I do know, here of late. La la la, la la la. Here of late. Yeah. When she walked out, she kept on walking. And there wasn't no getting back. And there wasn't no talking. So what is this? Miscommunication shit? Some type of shit to make me say fuck relationships? I don't know. But I ain't trying to do that just yet. Cause we fresh, butterflies like we just met. But I guess that I just kept doing me, doing wrong, violating this couple codes, same song. My soldier's big enough to put the blame on. Written letters, empty closets when I came home. Now should I call and say hang on? Or should I get another breezy in my bed, get my bang on? I know what you're saying, hard hair, make a soft culo. Not Puerto Rican, but I'm speaking so that you know. Poetic justice, only so that you know exactly what the lies bring. Listen to the choir sing.
Gotta in my feelings, got a nigga feeling this way. Here of late, cause the situation's getting really toxic, yeah. Here of late, got a nigga feeling this way. Here of late, cause the situation's getting really toxic, yeah. Here of late.
Now looking low, all dumbfounded, lips poking out, ain't no one around, shit. I ain't think that it was real, got me fucked up. Plus, she fucking a D-boy from a girl.
I'm feeling embarrassed, like I gotta hide, like I gotta find you, like it's only tonight, oh. I feel embarrassed, like I gotta hide. Like if I find you, it'll clear my mind. Can you just please let me know the truth? Yeah. Tell my friends I don't care, cause I know that it's you. Who said that? Don't know how to admit it. All I know is I should be admitted. I don't know if I can say it out loud, but I want that, I need that. Don't know how to get rid of it. All I know is that you should come. I don't think that I can say it out loud yet, but I want that, I still need that.
I'ma let her get another verse in, man. This song a vibe. It goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.
I'm still reading the text. Like if I manifested, maybe I will be next. But don't tell nobody, I still read our text. Cause I am manifesting that you choose me next. Can you just please let me know the truth? But don't tell my friends because I know they wanna prove. Don't know how to admit it. All I know is I should be admitted. I don't know.
That's Serena out the door, if y'all wondering. She said,
don't know how to get rid of it. All I know is that you should come. I don't think that I could say it out loud yet, but I want that. I still need that.
This is all just perfect timing, just to do a little rhyming. Yeah, I'm grinding, you can tell by my persona. I got time and time is money, got it clocking. I ain't stopping till the fat lady screaming, where's the rhyming? I ain't bombing, but that ass a little fat. I think it's time to get behind it. Let me grab it, trying to squeeze it like I'm trying to put a lime in. Yeah, I'm big just like a lineman, but I got a little stamina. Just a character, I was put here to persevere. Yeah, it's mass hysteria, but I'm a hipster. Smoke a lot of weed and I sip a little scissor. Must've missed her, I heard you snitch and use a lizard. And if you bring the fire, I got the ice just like a blizzard. Bitch, this the king that you talking to. Name ring bells, hit a bing when I walk it through. I'll get cocky to it when I spit, it's like a hockey puck. I just got shot at you and I won't lie to you. I'm viable, the most reliable. I'm a player, nigga. Use a hating nigga, so I keep my foot on the throttle when I'm racing niggas. I keep my pace with niggas to see who fake it, nigga. If you hit it to the top, I'm here, don't need to chase a nigga. Fuck them niggas in the bag, they the opposition. I've been chillin' on the top, carries my position. I say you niggas hating should be on a money mission. Fuck what you heard, niggas know I'm about to blow like pistons. Fuck them niggas in the bag, they the opposition. I've been chillin' on the top, carries my position. I say you niggas hating should be on a money mission. Fuck what you heard, niggas know I'm about to blow like
1 minute and 45 seconds to officially start, man. You already know what it is. Send your music into my email, ThatDorkyReviewShow@gmail.com. We'll talk about it when we get in there. 1, 2, 3, there it goes.
I'm not the only one. You better watch it. It's getting obvious. You petty watching. That's kinda gay, dog. Come out the closet. I'm not the only one that's making profit. I'm just blessed that I get to do what I wanna do when I wanna do it. I'm not the only one. You better watch it. It's getting obvious. You petty watching, dog.
Everybody watching my penny. Stay silent so I never gotta get ready. Why they wonder what I'm making peanut butter with the jelly? Tell me I'm a fat bastard, better get in my belly. Show them how they do it, but they never really get it. 2 thumbs up, now everyone is a critic. They ain't never give a fuck when I was sliding in the city. Now I'm out in Kelly and they wanna try and visit. Oh no, no, no. Fish lens, go pro flow. Drive by, let me roll so slow. Top 5 in my city, ain't nobody drinking with me, but they can't the other 4 loco. Whoa, you want there to help me get it, but you wanna be there to help me spin it. I don't really think they understand I got a limit. Only on at 15, I've been truly independent. Past 5 years, I ain't worked for the man. 1099, made a personal plan. Had to get my family in a better situation. They've been waiting on me patient, I'm certain that I can. Damn, and every day I wake up, gotta thank the Lord. I got the means to be able to do a lot of things. Jealousy and envy, that's what the profit brings. So we gotta sing like,
I'm not the only one. You better watch it. It's getting obvious. You petty watching. That's kinda gay, dog. Come out the closet. I'm not the only one that's making profit.
You're jamming with the hottest disc jockey. DJ Dork Genius.
Be sure to send your music and beats over to ThatDorkyReviewShow@gmail.com.
Y'all already know.
What's happening? It's your boy C-Los, and you now rocking with one of the livest music review shows across the nation. That Dorky Music Review Show. Tap in and tap out, man. Fucking with Chris nonsense, shit I'm talking about. It's your boy C-Los, the YBLENT for Lizard. Get down and lay down, baby. Real artistry, you feel what I'm talking about? We bringing that real, authentic lyricist shit back. You feel me? It's a Yum Like a Laugh thing on mine. What up?
Autobots, share the stream.
It's 2 in the morning, fell asleep and I'm yawning. Waking up on the lawn, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stopped and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, gnawing on a Nazi, probably in his uniform. Born identity, homie, you've been warned. My brain is soaring like a unicorn.
Big freaking salute, shout out to everybody freaking tapped in. Of course, if you are here for the first time, pretty much we're a live music reaction and review show for independent artists, producers, and bands across the globe every single time that we go live or whatnot. You know, we try to give you live reactions, feedback, and anything that can help you make sure that your record is ready before you send that off to, you know, radio or Spotify, even to do a music video, as we've had many artists that end up having to go backwards, you know what I'm saying, because they rush themselves, you know what I'm saying, throughout stuff. Of course, we are live on all platforms as well, so shout out to everybody if you can tap in. Hold on, let me change that. Like, no other color but green tends to look dope. What the freak? Nope, that's not what I want. Color. It's like I'll change the color, right? Usually you don't even see the light in the thing, but I kind of like that we can see it now. Shit. Hold on. Ooh. I like you, light. All right, let's see what is up. All right, so pretty much, as I said, we're a live music reaction and review show for independent artists. If you have a major artist, please do not send them to the show, because I'm just saying we are not for them. We want to hear your stuff. If you produce, if you are in a band, if you rap, if you sing, doesn't matter what genre you are in, send it to the show. Even if you don't think we can understand the language, we try our best to give you our, you know, honest opinions on, you know, every genre, you know, that we hear. If it's something that sounds familiar, that, you know, feels like something we might have heard, we'll give you that. We rate everything on a 1 to 10 scale. All feedback is welcome. Do not hate on an artist unless they was doing some crazy shit in the chat. What else? Oh, it's completely free to submit. Since when does my I accidentally opened up my settings for this program and it never opens up that fast. I like kind of want to press it now to see if that happens again, because like I appreciate that. As I said, free to submit to the show, but you guys can skip the line if you guys do want to get played quicker or get more than one of your records played in a back-to-back fashion.
Oh, nice and sir Mike, this song's gonna burn like some hot sauce from hot ones in your eyes. Birdman will talk to an actual bird like I'm gonna chew through this beat like a termite. Don't make me put you where actual worms lie. Don't like my old shit, I'm thinking you were high. Like me when I'm looking down at a bird's eye view. When I'm cool, better act like you surprised. Head to McDonald's, I'm about to steal your fries standing outside.
All right, and if we do happen to reach at least 100, 200, or 300 by the end of tonight, you know what we'll do. We'll of course do a giveaway on the show where you guys can win free beats, free mixes and masters, free skips, and more. Let's go ahead and tap in. Chalita, what's up, man? Shit.
Please send your records to thatdorkyreviewshow@gmail.com or get ready to die. Ha 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 ha.
She be tripping, yo.
Bro, it's 2 in the morning, fell asleep and I'm yawning. Waking up on the lawn, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stopped and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, gnawing on a Nazi, probably in his uniform. Born identity, homie, you've been warned. My brain is soaring like a unicorn.
Alright, let me see what we got. Again, big salute. Shout out to everybody picking up stuff. Then we're gonna go ahead and head right on in and continue from there. So that's it. We got you up. Free live submission. I almost forgot. I hopped on one of your records and stuff like that, man. I gotta come back to that feature.
Let me see.
Let me see. This is called North. Norf for North.
Yeah. Grimy and gritty. New York City.
Yo, stay the course. Stay ready or face remorse. Vintage low with the teddy on it, not the classic horse. Bad luck to get bad luck. When it rains, it pours. Trash talk raps, yo sap spat on track sucks. Whack fucks, talking crazy like you waging war, but late on child support payments from their 8th divorce. Up north, I'm talking 8th and North. Plug had the haze for 4, but got robbed here a couple days before. Say no more. Remain fully aware, my bitches got back from the salon, I'm still pulling ahead. Dapper is the Dons, Bishop from Juice with a sinister crew. Sizzle the booth, have it feeling like the middle of June. Diligence applied, decipher millions of rhymes. Synapses have been snapping, got a miraculous mind. Maximum traction, emphatically rapping. Took Natalie Portman to Hamilton, parked her in an Uber back to Manhattan.
Yeah.
Jeez. A lot of rhymes and shit. A lot of time I sit down thinking I don't know what is all up in my mind and shit. Matter of fact, I'm astonished that freaking people are always like trying to go spit the bombers raps. Still waiting for the best, like when that bullet's still waiting for a chest to go
straight to it. And people like Dorky, what you even talking about, bro? You are straight stupid.
I do shit. Freaking I'm wondering what to do with this whole freaking thing. No, people know that freaking people to get up in the whole dressing room and don't change clothes and people don't know. Listen, why would you even just do? Y'all be tripping. Y'all be tripping, man, because I hear a beat like that, and then like I immediately want to make a full song, 3 verses, or at least get some, you know, features from like the community or artists I know, you know, type shit on there, because it's one of those things, you know what I'm saying? You hit it up with certain you know, bars and stuff. Overall, I mean, that's really gonna be where my main criticism comes from. So I thought I liked what I heard so far, but unless it's an intro, outro, or interlude, it would be awesome if there was a little bit more and stuff like that. That's it, you know what I'm saying? What do you guys think? Give your overall thoughts. 1 to 10, you know, I feel like is welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, freaking, I don't even know what the hell I'm gonna do, but you know what? You can chill with this freaking shit when I'm gonna head back into the lineup again. Always good to hear stuff, you know, from you. And on Fridays, if skips are sent in, we will, whatchamacallit? Yeah, on Fridays, if skips are sent, we'll pretty much play. You know, if y'all have a feature with me, we'll do the bonus sort of thing. If you were wondering. All right, let me see who we got next. We got AC with Untitled as we proceed. And we shall click back on in. Click back. Shout out to all the rappers who rap and they like really be rapping and they don't sniff crap. Uh-oh. Video is unavailable. We might have to move on, my brother. We might have to move on, my brother. Let's see. Is this actually a thing? Hold on. Let me get back into the line, I suppose, because that one wasn't gonna work or whatnot. At the very least, man, we're now seeing the benefits of different platforms, though, because if I load a video up that you might have changed or took off, it just immediately goes to not available anymore, and that's it. It doesn't take me to your specific YouTube so I can like pick another video or, you know, something like that, which I think is a little bit of a problem. We see I do have it. Started in 09, you know what I'm saying? Gave up in 2011. Was a fan of the scene at the time. Been making beats, you know what I'm saying? Again, then I don't think this is potentially a submission, but we'll see. Hold on. Freestyle was in those plays, you know. Why would any beats, stuff like that? I gotta see if this is for. I guess that's an offline. So let me start that, and then I'll come back to that when I restart the show.
Okay, dokie. Are you okay, man? Let's try this again. Bro, it's 2 in the morning, fell asleep and I'm yawning. Waking up on the lawn, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stopped and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, gnawing on a Nazi, probably in his uniform. Born identity, homie, you've been warned. My brain is soaring like a unicorn.
But was your intention on? I didn't know if you wanted to count that as a submission or something like that, but we'll see. Hold on, let me go and just go to a name. Let me go to a name. Let me see, Abbey Road, Family Picnic. My mind wants to go to Family Picnic. You have to see what that is, man. Family Picnic it is. Good luck to me.
I'm still thinking, an alcoholic who's still drinking. I also know freaking that if I freestyle, I won't even be able to get me an ink pen. Cause I mean I can, but people really won't even know who like I am. And all the time when I would go and hop in the van, I would then go and hop right back out the van. Cause why did I even hop in? People are wondering where it's Hobson. People also like, man, Dorky, can you please stop it? Like I'm waiting for this song to play. A lot of times you don't even really think you get along with me, but I'm gonna like tell you this shit is freaking cool. I just like want you to tell me it's sick. It's kinda cool, but also like weird. I'm just like wondering what the hell is happening and where the hell the thunder is. Like if you go outside, I wanna be able to say some dope shit that kinda like leave your mouth wide. I'm liking the vibes though. Vibes kinda like mid-tempo or like slow. If you like some really fast freaking shit, and if you don't like it, it's really ass to you. But to me, freaking, I like the vibes. I'm saying that I would listen to this when outside or inside at my house, right? Freaking here. A lot of times when I rhyme, all of y'all look at me and then you freaking cheer. And y'all don't even know if y'all can freaking stare. Sorry to sound like Jay-Z all the time. What up, Icy? Don't think about the beat. Private press just made the shit and then I see. You said, damn, you just did some butterfly shit. Why aren't I seeing that? I gotta see if I accidentally. Hold on. Let me go and like get it. I don't know why though. A lot of times these people freaking survive. Let's see, filter.
Everybody wanna jump around it. Everybody wanna jump around it. Everybody wanna jump around
it. Okay, hold on. I gotta. Let me see if anybody else was blocked. I think that's Yeah, something happened, private present. You got blocked from my chat or something? You're good now, because I could see you on the YouTube side, but for some reason the stuff wasn't typing in my chat. I don't know what happened. Should be good now, though. Should be good now. You just gotta like figure out if the hood's down. The big chunk figure the chick you gotta make for. When it comes to relationships, gotta be faithful. I hate you.
I hate you. I don't know like whoever would date you. A lot of things that you could probably go way through. And everybody knows that I don't hate you.
Like, what are you doing? Man, he made us enough too. Oh, I forgot this one was like, what, 8 minutes and 54 seconds? So you got some time. You got some time. In terms of us being an artist and like what we want to do with it, right? I don't picture a solo artist kind of like going, unless they really want to like make one record that's like their whole life story, you know what I'm saying, type shit, then like that's an extensive amount of time. Like you'd have to make the beat transform into like 8 different forms or something like that. Which, you know, figuring out, right? Those ways that things can elevate and transform throughout, while still maintaining and feeling like it's still a part of the same song, but just something that's elevating. It is and would be a challenge, but I think something that would still be welcome. So far, though, so there were some things that were added that I thought just needed a little bit of a polish, potentially like tone wise. You know how like sometimes there will be certain beats that we potentially make, and then like maybe the sample that we have with another sample sort of clashes. It may not be, you know, in the right key, or feel like it should be going at the same time, and or, you know, just getting certain timing aspects, you know, correct or whatnot. It does have a good vibe though, right? That is one of the things that I do love about anyone's, you know, beats or record that will potentially come to the show. You know, there'll be a lot of things that just, you know, allow itself to come to fruition without or whatnot. But not bad, not bad. What was that? I forgot to look at the, oh, it was 8 minutes. Why am I even thinking about the time or whatnot? So I made a reggaeton beat just now. Rest, what does rest mean? So there's rappers that go, you know, that long, like Honeycomb Guy and shit like that. Shoot, I gotta see what that is or whatnot. But again, the point that I'm making is you gotta be able to keep the listener's attention throughout that time, right? So your personality, whatever you may be saying on the record, as well as the beat itself, may have to sort of do some things to keep that listener, you know, engaged or whatnot, right? If it's just, you know, like we got to think about like the repetitive artists, right? The ones that kind of say the same thing. Maybe it's the same flow whole time. You know, same melody or whatnot. Nobody wants to hear like 8 minutes of that, let alone, you know, I get why some people may make the 1 or 2 minutes of those specific records. But when we talk about that, I also end up saying, you know, if you know you're making something that's repetitive or kind of boring or whatever, like why would you still release the record? Why would you still even make it if you know you're not really doing much? Like, if you just know the formula is the variation that you are truly able to do. If what you can do on any record is dope, right? You figuring out, just pretending like any beat that you hop on is the first and last beat you will ever rap to, right? And if your goal is to impress people, impress your audience and stuff like that, it's like, figure out a way to go ham on whatever beat that is, and every, you know, 2 to 4 or 8 bars, switching it up and showing people that variation throughout, as well as maybe even just sticking to a topic or a story that, you know, you can let flourish, you know, throughout or whatnot, right? Because I feel like just thinking of certain concepts, if someone wanted to, let me make a record about like the history of a video game character or something like that, right? Like in your mind, the way to freaking sort of elevate that is like, okay, make a certain verse, make verses, or every 8 bars you sort of like switch to a different game or a few different levels of each game, and then you sort of like, again, you let it reflect what you're talking about as well. But your skills of rapping kind of have to come first in that case, because I think the producer will have to like, okay, so should I, you know, should I take 8 bars each? Should I do 16? And then, you know, every time it switches after that, that way, you know, you can do 16 of each. But I think that would be a bit much. It really depends though. I digress. Said, man, I've been bored incubating, you know what I'm saying, with child, and wrote a few dozen 16s, man. That's what's up. What'd you say? You said Bunny Bad is my Latin track, you know, my first attempt and stuff. So I have a suggestion where essentially you fly through the reactions and then only give extensive feedback on songs that are truly notable. It should be like a segment you do. Wait, so people don't get, I didn't know what you never completed your sentence after that. So people don't get, and then that was it. And then what do you say? I made 10 beats today, man. Listen, that's what you do. That is what you do, man. All right, let me jump back into the line icy phase. We got you.
Icy phase.
Let me see. Yours is bundles, you know, some producer. But like, here's the thing, right? When it comes to like reviews, like there are what I never wanted to become, because I've seen review shows who like they play your song, they may not say anything about it. They may just move on to the next one, introduce that record. Next up, you know what I'm saying? They may even just go, that was cool, and that's it. I give what I think is the most extensive amount of, you know, details, like even if you get that Dorky don't play that and we end up cutting your record short, because I want you to not only know as much details that come to my mind. I always just like let my mind, you know, flow as much as it can, because there are things that I may forget. And, you know, I like that any of your songs can help us kind of start a little bit of a conversation or whatnot. Nevertheless, it's also content, right? So essentially, if we're trying to make videos of different content outside of like these skipping clips, if y'all put one of them things in.
Nonsense will always be rapping these verses. Everyone told me get back in the circus. Everyone out doesn't rap with a purpose. This isn't real, man, I'm actually nervous. Aliens out here attacking the surface, shooting the schools and attacking the churches. Nothing we're doing is actually working. Look, Miley Cyrus is actually twerking. This is absurd and I'm always observing. I listen to words and I quick lift the turd and throw it in the dirt in.
Alright, we got bundles. Icy phase. Got it.
100 times for the guys, 100 times for the guys. Look, the pressure's applied in the streets, same way it's applied in the field. Traps, the stress gets applied in deals, bundles and packs. Purple dog got exotic appeal. Rise up, dust and crash up blocks. You're gonna need more than an aiming skill. You're gonna need more than an aiming skill. The pressure's applied in the streets, same way it's applied in the field. Traps, the stress gets applied in deals, bundles and packs. Purple dog got exotic appeal. Rise up, dust and crash up blocks. You're gonna need more than an aiming skill. Gonna need more than an aiming skill. I'm not sure if you've noticed, on my J's got a house to get my homies. Bro, ask me if I'm good, I said no this. Babe wanna go on dates, gotta bring my blade, cause the streets be the coldest. Pip got the yo controller. I manage my team, my aim. Mediocre, this pack's top piff. Got lean in my soda, I'm in the riches. Feel Zuko, hold up, I'm there in a bit. And the work so that like a hole on a biz. Sav's just ready to step. One phone call, you be gone in the mist. Hold on 1 sec, just give me a minute. Gotta read it under like a sim. 5 I'll call home. Don't cost steady me to get my bread up. Getting them sales, just keep your head up. My slime, me too slime, drip drip. Fashion on fly, no, a man's got jet lag. Fashion on fly, no, a man's got jet lag. The pressure's applied in the streets, same way it's applied in the field. Traps, the stress gets applied in deals, bundles and packs. Purple dog got exotic appeal. Rise up dust and crash up blocks. You're gonna need more than an aiming skill. You're gonna need more than an aiming skill. The pressure's applied in the streets, same way it's applied in the field. Traps, the stress gets applied in deals, bundles and packs. Purple dog got exotic appeal. Rise up dust and crash up blocks. You're gonna need more than an aiming skill. Every 2G's up in the 4C.
How y'all feel about this one so far? 1 to 10, you know, be like as well.
Youngers can't have no bloopers. Mission complete with the ruthless. Then they low from gang unit. They say I see face too elusive. Please don't confuse it. Ban that checking no prints, that's clueless.
When you bagging it, you don't even know what the hell they're gonna do. When you in the grocery store, you bagging it. You don't even know what the hell I'm gonna be the bag it. The bag it, the bag it. Listen, drill beats. Drill beats are probably my kryptonite, man. Like, I've never really been able to like rap to a drill beat for real. At least in a typical drill way, just cause. But they no matter what way, like, a lot of times you wanna say, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't hit me in that way. I've almost been able to rap to everything but you know what I'm saying, a drill beat and like feel like I was spitting something freaking dope or whatnot. Because most people do take that other, you know, approach or whatnot. They don't take the sort of like, let me rap a little bit slow to it. You gotta either go in, you know, fast or something like that. But anyways, with this one right here, I did feel like your you know, the way that you hit it up, you know, flow was on point or whatnot in terms of what we'd expect from most drill records, but the energy, man, you know what I'm saying? Very low, just chill. I didn't really feel what you were saying in that potential way, but I do want artists to freaking know, like, look, if you intend on going on a record with very little energy, something that's just like, I'm just laying here or sitting here and like saying my verse instead of actually like rapping it, more or less, you gotta have a beat that I think reflects that energy, something that's chill, maybe a vibe, something 420 centric or whatnot, you know what I'm saying? Something that literally fits it in that way. Because when we have beats that are a little bit more hype, you know, we expect you to sound like you're standing up, like you really feel that record in a certain way, almost as if you're making a diss record, right? Because if it was a diss record and you came at it with that energy, I don't think you know, many people would respond. And so then if they did respond, it would just be to talk more shit about, you know, that record and stuff like that. Not that it's bad, I'm just saying, you know, you basically create the crowd that you want for each record. The lower the energy, the more chill everybody is, right? You know what I'm saying? They'll probably be a little bit hype because of the beat, but your energy will take that back down. I don't see you performing that specific record on stage with that energy, right? I feel like you'd be a little bit more, you know what I'm saying, hype on stage. So often we want to hear that hypeness on the record as well as, you know, live if possible. But we could still hear the overall, you know, concept with it. And that is it. Let me go ahead and hit this up. Let me see. And I said you don't need skill, that's why. Let me see. You said the hats are crazy because it's simply to hop on, you know what I'm saying? That's why they are drill beats, so you can insult your ops and stuff, you know what I'm saying? Not try hard. I mean, you know, there's the thing is though, right? It's like anytime we usually hear a drill beat and, you know, we kind of feel like most artists hit these beats up in the same way. So we often end up looking for, you know, something different. That's like when any genre that's out there, right? You want to try to figure out that way to truly be within that top 20, top 50, top 100, you know, top 10, you know, just in terms of how you approach a record, right? If 100 million artists approach that one beat a certain way, your job is to do it another way, because you know for a fact, right? If we go to like a Tech 9, for example, if he's gonna hop on a drill beat, he is not gonna do it like anybody else. He's gonna do what Tech 9 does. If it was Mystical, if it was DMX, if it was Busta Rhymes, right? While we haven't necessarily heard them on these beats yet, I know what they do. Jadakiss is another example, right? He is very much a completely different, you know, artist or whatnot. I've never heard him even go in and try to do like a choppa flow, you know, kind of fast rap type of situation. Don't expect him to. Nas, maybe, give or take, you know what I'm saying, as well. But these are artists that really try to maintain their originality and you know, kind of try to hit every record up in a way where you're going to, you know, feel it. And even more, you should be able to take anything that you rap, put it to another beat, you know, have a little bit of a marriage with that as well, or have somebody build it around it and, you know, see what's happened there. What'd you say? You said answer ISO or something like that. What'd you say? I didn't see any question. What do you mean? Or did you? Like I've been talking the whole time. Let me jump back into the free line.
Be sure to send your music and beats over to ThatDorkyReviewShow at gmail.com.
All right, let me see. Dev, we got you up next with Alone in the Rain.
I like to beat my fucking dick. I like to beat my fucking bitch. I like to beat her so hard that she got bruises on her shit. I like to beat my fucking nephew. Put my dick right in his
Why? Look, we just can't, bro. Every single time, bro. Why am I clapping? I'm supposed to hit the Dorky don't play that. I forgot what my shortcut keys were, so we just gonna go to this one here. Where's the I hate you. It's too far away.
Get out of here! Come on! I hate you! Get out of here! Get out! I hate you! I hate you, Bilbo! I hate you! I'll miss you.
Why did he say I miss you? Ah, man, we didn't even get to like change over the name of the freaking song. Listen, my bro. I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it as many times as I need to. Anytime you saying and then I freaking hear pretty much the same shit from you, I'm gonna keep it up. Look, there's a shock value to the content that you spit about, right? There's a shock value of like, oh shit, what the hell he just say? You know what I mean? But we cannot. Here's the thing, bro. Like, it's hard. It's even if you were to, I probably would give your money back if you sent a skipping clip. That's how freaking crazy it is, because I couldn't make content out of it. Like, literally posting it with your words and what you talk about in your stuff, it's too much. Like, I never thought I would say that, right? Because we love, an Odd Future, an Eminem, a freaking, you know, I'm trying to think of those who kind of push boundaries from time to time. But like even M doesn't go that far. He doesn't go in that just like, let me just say shit to say shit. And like, yes, technically he has in the freaking past, but even that, you never heard any of those songs, you know, on the radio. And at least he did it from a point of like still dopeness, right? I still feel like you can really rap. I feel like you can really rap, and if you tone down a lot of these things, or like at least to play the full song on the show, you gotta bleep a lot of this shit out. You gotta make an edited version of the record. You want to pay me to do it? I'll be glad to sit through and take everything that I think, you know, nope, you gotta bleep that, you gotta put a sound effect there, you gotta reverse that, like, because otherwise, you know, I don't know what you want people to think of you and some of the specific content. Like every time we have this conversation, I hate it because I can't even repeat half the shit you've said to give people who are just now popping up the example of what not to do. But anything regarding, we'll just say this, right? Any sort of record where there's negativity against religion, a certain type of people, kids, freaking whatever, wherever you want to go, man. I feel like people can take an artist saying they're doing stuff to themselves, but other people, and then when you get like, you have no boundaries. I'm saying, edit these shits or change the words. There's no other suggestion I can really give you other than that. Dorky, don't play that, you know what I'm saying? You said you could sing that live though, whatnot. I don't know. Are we talking about the same record? Are we talking about the same record? We didn't even get into the record, you know, itself to really be able to see everything. That's the thing, man. I haven't really got to hear a complete song from him yet because it's always kind of the same. Not like every song is the same, but he gets into the same type of content of like, let me see how many buttons I could press, how many boundaries. I mean, not even like a comedian would say half the shit that he says just like in a stand-up, because again, that stand-up would get banned. That's what I'm freaking trying to say. So as a song, we're gonna have to have an intervention. We're gonna have to have some kind of intervention.
We gonna have to have an intervention.
Let me stop. Let's go back into the line.
Bro, it's 2 in the morning, fell asleep and I'm yawning. Waking up on the lawn, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stopped and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, gnawing on a Nazi, probably in his uniform. Born identity, homie, you've been warned. My brain is soaring like a unicorn.
D-Mac, yeah, sent a song called Eulogy. Let's see what it is. All right.
D-Mac Productions.
With a vengeance, I'm mad. This bullshit gon' cause me to spaz. One foot I keep it on 10, the other one I be your ass. If you ain't sitting in first, then might as well call the place last. Watch out, I'm beating the verse. The eulogy gon' be real sad. What these people want, never leave me alone. Fuck up on my phone, this a terror dome. Make me up the chrome, back to the fucking bone. All these niggas really bitches. Hit them with language, ain't talking Rosetta Stone. You puto, you suki, you try me, you stupid. It wasn't for that little nigga, I do you. Stay in your lane before I send you right to him. Leave you real holy, it's going right through you. Erase your your existence like he never knew you. Like bring me a Hersh and be going this stupid. Bring me a Hersh and be going this stupid. Bring me a Hersh and be going this stupid. Bring me a Hersh and be going this stupid. Bring me a Hersh and be going this stupid. Back with a vengeance, I'm mad. This bullshit gon' cause me to spaz. One foot I keep it on 10, the other one I be on ass. If you ain't sitting in first, then might as well call the place last. Okay. Watch out, I'm beating the verse. The eulogy gon' be real sad.
With the right back in it, yo. Listen, I'ma figure leave your whole figure half, then I figure go right back in it, yo. Everybody figure what it be, evidence you can go and exchange something, so they gotta go right back in it. So when I actually don't know what the hell I'm about to do, actually do. Let me see. So essentially, you know me, man. Stop it! Don't clap, motherfucker. 1 minute and 35 seconds. My bro. Like for me, I don't have it in me. I don't have it in me to stop at one verse again, unless it's the chorus. But even then, a beat like that is going to make me immediately want to, you know, do a full song or get Ludacris on it or some shit. Like, you don't just leave something like that, one verse, chorus, I'm out, you know, see you later, man. Like, at least in my opinion. Yes, I say that about most songs that are freaking short, but I mean it. I mean it for real every single time that I freaking say it, because I believe that a good song deserves to really be heard, right? And I've never heard a song 1 minute and 22 seconds on the radio. I've never heard a song 1 minute and 22 seconds sort of like in that same zeitgeist. Like, yes, they'll use about that time frame in terms of, you know, maybe sync licensing and then taking that section of, you know, whatever record you guys may have and, you know, sort of like spanning that out. But other than that, man, like, you guys should want to spend as much time with the people. And if you hear a beat that you like, don't use the excuse of like the beat was only exactly that amount, right? That's all the producer sort of like gave you. You know, because we know, man, we know how to freaking get in there. At least if you don't know how to go and sort of like loop it at the right point or anything like that, holla at me. I will help you guys freaking out. I want to make sure that you guys at least have the opportunity to really, you know, max things out or whatnot, right? It is always going to be up to you. Where is my thing? Where is my thing that I'm looking for? It's a dope track. What'd you say? Be hotter. You said, oh, be hotter. I think he was basically saying it would be even doper with also a Spanish artist, you know, something on it and stuff like that. Something a little bit more reggae, you know, bass. I think that would also be dope. Like, that would be the way to go. Like, if you want a, you know, kind of collab on it, anything that does have that almost international vibe, you know, look for an independent artist, you know, in that same sector, see if they're willing to hop on a song. I'm sure, like, especially that, they definitely would feel it. Yeah, no one... Gonna hit the intro again, but then eat the fail.
Bro, it's 2 in the morning, fell asleep and I'm yawning, waking up on the lawn, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stopped and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, gnawing on a Nazi, probably in his uniform. Born identity, homie, you've been warned. My brain is soaring like a unicorn.
Damn, that was quick. Excuse me. That was quick. Hold on. All right, let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Okay, trying to make sure I go up there. Let me see what we got next up. Hold on, let me actually download this. Let me download you.
Be sure to send your music and beats over to ThatDorkyReviewShow at gmail.com.
Let me begin download you. There you go.
She got that boom, boom, boom.
It's typical.
Yeah, bam, bam, bam.
I was just talking about you the other day.
BeatStars.com. She got that boom, boom, boom.
Why do you keep changing your name?
Yeah, bam, bam, bam. She got that boom, boom, boom. Yeah, bam, bam, bam.
Why do you sound different?
How do you feel, my friend? Yeah, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, bam, bam, bam. It's just like this. Personalities may switch. But I'll always be that bitch. Blow your mind, you'll never forget.
Well, you sound slightly different though.
Yeah, that boom, boom, boom. That bam, bam, bam.
Boom, 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 and bam, 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 huh? Okay. Nah. I can't, listen, man. I still gotta.
Feel like I'm trapped in the matrix, cause nothing feels real like a basket of fake shit. If you ain't got skills, but you rap, then you ain't shit. They said if you like old school rap, then you ain't shit, but
I really feel like I'm trapped in the matrix, cause nothing feels real like a basket of fake shit. If you ain't got the skills, but you rap, then you ain't shit. I'd rather take the blue pill and crash in the face.
Honestly, I didn't really need to hit that button, but you know, I can't play favorites or nothing, man. I gotta, like, you know, keep it 100 anytime we like, and whenever there's something that, like, if we're hearing you do performance wise on a record, if we wouldn't repeat it, right? Like, as you're rapping, oh shit, she's performing here, and then, like, if we're not gonna rap everything that you're sort of saying and, like, feel like it's a song that could be out there in the zeitgeist, there's definitely more that you can do. Now, we've been on this journey though, man. I said that I was talking about you the other day. It was actually yesterday, as a matter of fact. That's why it's ironic that you sent today, because there was another artist who sent to the show who was a male artist, but they had a similar kind of like voice, you know, signature. And they kind of, you know, rapped in or sung in a different genre that really, you know, that shined. And I even told them, I was like, there's another artist who sends, you know, to our show. And I've always told her to hop on like the big band, you know, type of production, and things that complement, you know, the voice and, you know, what she's able to do. But most of the time it will feel like you freestyle on most of the records, right? Like, I get it. We're in this freaking generation where just like so many people They just feel like that's the way to go. And like, I truly wish that, like, you know, there was a school where we could teach artists the at least many different ways to come at different genres, because I've never felt like freestyling is the proper way to make a song. Basically, especially if we can hear you freestyling, and if it doesn't sound like it's, you know, structured. Some people, they'll be like, I wrote it, and you know, that says a lot worse about it, because then that means that you wrote it, but you didn't give yourself enough time to really think about what are the proper, you know, lines to say, melodies to sort of like have on a record. Like you always be able to tell when something's rushed and not really just like well thought out or whatnot, right? You do need that person that can guide you through what you are trying to come up with. I don't want like, while it does benefit certain freaking, you know, artists to actually have a writer when you don't really know how to get in there and make that, you know, proper hit yourself. Like, I would much rather, again, help develop that artist with the things that they do want to do, but just, again, guide you in the proper ways to actually get there, so that, you know, let's just say like you and the engineer, man, like yeah, y'all both, you the engineer and the producer, if y'all all know what's being done to a track, are all at fault if nobody does anything to try to better a you know, record in the proper ways or whatnot. Again, a little bit more of the boom boom booms and the bam bam bams, you know. At first we're cool, and then I was like, okay, she's doing that a little too much. What did you guys think? What did you guys think? Give me your thoughts. Because she sounds like Melody Martinez, but with bad delivery, man. And then what do you say? I'm looking for the next independent artist to send you on to the next live show to promote you and stuff like that. Right? Listen, that's what I love about this community. That's what I love about this community. Yeah, I could turn them off. Hold on. Why you be doing that when I'm talking, thing? Delay. It only gives me like a 10-minute delay if I want to do that. If I wanted to, what would happen if I edited? What would happen if I edited it when in the thing? You know what? Let's try it. If I mess up the stream, so be it. So be it, man. Let me know what happens when I save this in a second. Give me a moment while we're doing this.
Be sure to send your music and beats over to ThatDorkyReviewShow at gmail.com.
Everybody.
Okay, I can go. It lets me do. Oh no, you know what? I can do the choose. I can do the enter manually. Let's see. Hold your breath. No. Did I freaking end it? Hold on. Testing. Dork 23. I gotta see if I'm doing that on screen real quick. Okay, no, we're good. Oh shit. I thought I had ended it because for whatever reason, maybe my controller just did that. Like, why did it go to somebody else's freaking thing back there? Come on now, baby. All right, let me see. It's just gonna go to the ad freaking right there, whatnot. Private press said you sent a skip. Let me see. Oui, vous.
Excuse me, sir. Did you just say oui, vous?
I did. Snaps. Hold on. That is linkage. What is that? 4 song? You got 4 beats. You got 4 beats you sending in, my brother. Yes, he does. All right, so 4 song back to back coming right up in your conjecture, sir.
Am I up in an alternate dimension where I hopped inside a comic from a Comic-Con convention? No matter how I try to talk, my kids will never listen. So every morning you go find them running through the kitchen or hopping on the dishes. See, what I really go through is just none of your business. You're all about the witness. A funny moment, yeah, yo.
Let me plop this in here. Much obliged, my good sir. So he has 4 beats, I believe. Unless he says otherwise. I believe one of them potentially will be a reggaeton one that he just worked on. You gotta let me know which one is which or whatnot. Unless these are actually, he said the first one is Icarus featuring Skull with Young G. So this might be a song.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. You gotta do, when it's an industry record production, you do gotta do something different to the beat, because if it's just the instrumental when you rap into it, man, these are a little bit of a risk for us to play on the show. Like, they'll cut the live, mute it after, you won't be able to find it anywhere in existence and stuff like that. Like, and we're all fine with risking it somewhat, but like certain records, especially if any artist beats that you rap to are from like Universal, they're very strict and whatnot. They'll you know, give you that strike and stuff like that. Let me see which I could do more, you know what I'm saying, equated to a coffee in the building, something like that, man. Hey, no, it's all good. Let me see. Okay, send something else for that one. Send something else for that one, man. And like what I'll do, like what I can do potentially, is at least like review it off stream, and maybe like either send you a video or written description, you know what I'm saying, on that one or whatnot. But I'll let you send another one in its place, at least for the live, while we're waiting on that one. Private Press with Ghost Rides. Rate this one in the chat. Any feedback is welcome.
There's a lot of time when you wanna rhyme, yeah.
Yo. Back in the days, I was a little kid, so I didn't like actually blaze. But there was a way where I could have freaking fought freaking a lot of times when you know what a freaking thought. I don't know what I'm even like talking about. People are randomly freaking somehow walking your house. People are walking right out because I told them to get freaking up out of this shit. Matter of fact, I would spin freaking to this and I am. Matter of fact, dog, what the hell is this, dog? It needs to back off, but I like it. Oh man, yo, I didn't want to listen to this shit. I like that. I think this part should be like sung a little. Definitely should be a singer. There's a lot of time when you know what, man, I'm the king of this freaking shit. I don't even know what the hell I'ma do, but people go underwater and half of them cannot breathe. So they gotta be able to leave whole freaking things inside of the deep, bro. I'm just randomly rapping and rhyming words. There's a lot of times where people that say that I'm absurd. Listen, I try to think of the rhymes. People be like, Dorky, don't think all the time. Just freaking let it freaking flow. Listen, that's another freaking show. Matter of fact, dog, I'm about to say no. Maybe you should say aloha. People don't know that places they can throw y'all. Oh, why is my thing? I just know it's perfect. Said I make boom bap most of the time, but I've been experimenting with trying to make trap. Can always stay with one style. minds freaking connected. There's a lot of times you talk to a freaking chick, but then you're getting rejected, so you never wanna do it. You don't wanna walk up to her and she'll call you stupid. A lot of freaking times I was chewing right on a toothpick. You wouldn't even really like know what you wouldn't have freaking done when you had some toothpaste. Randomly freaking knowing that randomly when you're watching a Batman movie and you were like, man, he's gonna punch Two-Face. What did I just say? Did you send also a replacement private press? All right, so for people who do not know, I love piano beats, right? I love vibes. I love anything that sounds and feels lo-fi, something that, you know, just kind of puts you in those vibes where you could kind of reminisce about some shit or just go on, you know, with some real content, right? Those beats really allow, I think, some of the best artists to, you know, do what they do best. You know, if you have you know, that real you know, content. I like, what I love the most though is that, you know, what I believe is the chorus area, right? When it sort of changes into, you know, that like that just section, that sample, and or you know, if you were able to do it, you know, yourself, like it's a beautiful melody right there that I do feel like when that part comes up, like there still can be like an anthem, you know, style chorus or something like that. But I feel like if you were to get a dope singer on this in general, right, for a feature as well as, you know, the chorus you know, area, like there's something dope that someone like that would be able to do you know, to it. I appreciate you providing a 3-minute and 12-second beat. As always, clap for that. Yes, I know we're in a different era right now, right? Everybody looks at everything different when it comes to like time. When it comes to time, I feel like, you know, we need to give people their money's worth, right? And so for all of the artists who, you know, like you've been thinking about it wrong, right? The artists who are like, nah, fam, short attention spans and, you know, or replay value, right? You think just because you make a short song that someone's gonna immediately want to play it again so they can hear the same verse that you have on it. Like, that's not always the case. Sometimes it's like they hear something once, that's all they need. They may potentially never come back to it again if they don't like it enough. But what I believe is more time on any beat allows you to really show your true skills and ability. It is a skill to be able to get someone to the end of any record without taking the easy route, which is, you know, the time thing. I only will let you have that excuse if it's an intro, outro, or interlude. Outside of that, there are just so many records where I feel like if your goal is like, oh no, let me get more plays, like, time is everything to people, right? It's a privilege. Like, basically, they can listen to your music for free on anything. So if you're being listened to at all, it's like the stage is yours. Like, where would it be smart to have less of a you know, time performing or with a commercial or anything? More is always going to be a little bit better. And like, let the people decide whether or not, you know, your record is good enough for them to stick around for a little bit, or, you know, simply get to another artist, you know, after that. Hold on real quick before we jump into one of the other beats or whatnot, you know what I'm saying? This other one that we're about to play right now was supposed to be first. He said, not my track, but it's an old school friend. Hopefully it's not also to an industry beat like the first one that you were trying to fit. Wow. All right. Wow, motherfuckers.
Oh, by the way, okay, so there was also something else that was said in chat. Like, I think Wes Chan said, I make boom bap most of the time, but I've been experimenting with trying to make trap because you can't always stay in one style. You know what I'm saying? While that is true, right? You do want to stretch your legs, you know, see what many things that you can potentially do as a producer. And you know, I'll just say, figure out what your main style is. Like, just as artists are artists, producers have to be artists too, right? So you should have a sound to your production that is close to you. This is why, like, the type beat era is like the worst thing on the planet, because the moment you step into a type beat, you're making somebody else's beat. You're literally not you're not coming at it as you making it. And I always end up having this conversation and like basically proving my point by saying, like, look, Timberland, Swiss Beats, Pharrell, they don't make type beats, right? You go to them for very specific sounds. You go to Dr. Dre for a very specific sound when it comes to, you know, production and their ideas, right? That's how you guys as producers also have to be. Like, you should have a very specific way of producing or very specific samples. Make sure you do a beat tag, I believe, in this era or whatnot, just in case there are slight similarities in any way that you may be, you know, sampling and doing other things. But you know, figure out, if you're hopping into different genres, what is that thing that you can always bring to every beat that people will be able to hear and know it's you. Because I can always tell when it's a Pharrell beat. I can tell when Timberland's doing something. I can tell, you know, even when Kanye was, you know, super heavy on samples, you could still tell a Kanye beat apart from an Alchemist beat, apart from a RZA beat, apart from a DJ Premier beat. Like, my point being, you know, get in there and do y'all thing. All right.
Scooby, one of the dopest, spit with passion, believe me, thoughts circulate. I've been waiting all day to incubate my transformation. I can't seem to get, that's why I mutilate with the nerves to turn whispers for raps. I feel no pain like mainline and morphine since I was 14, slipping through the cracks. My guardian angel just can't have my back, cause I broke his back last time around. This time around, he was like, I ain't coming back. Had to intervene early days, pardon my French, you know what I mean. Slipping in the dream world, just cause they pistol pack me and got hearts still. I serve you Scooty McNasties. Stop with all that blasphemy, please be easy. Please believe me, don't go loco, glow, dope as dope does. The fuck you know about hot winters and cold summers? My hunger with a need to bleed. I mold the words and the structures right now. I'm like, fuck ya. You ain't feeling me, then fuck ya. You don't like me, then fuck ya. That's what you say when they staring at you strange. We pissy high, damn. Meanwhile, I try to draw a line, only see signs of my chest pains, cause my heart aches, prime suspect in this social conspiracy. It's only shame my people got so many voices and nobody heard them. My volatile tendencies erupted as wild. As a wild child, I gave a fuck and nobody wanted my style. This chapter passed out with minimal disturbance. My voice with the air creates turbulence. Try driving through it. At night, my high drift, forced into position. My heart pumps with a built-in drive shaft ignition. I feel low. Pain weeps in my eyes with the delivery of every flow. I still don't know. It's like things can't get better. My feelings don't change or change with the weather. The seasons changes, higher in gear with the matter. Still urge to take a chance. Stuck dealing with the rain dance. Fathom materialistic shit with a fix. Looking for the purpose to gain. In the underground, they despise fame. I can name 100 MCs that took up their own name. Ask yourself, who really wants fame? My words from my brain tattooed to paper professionally.
Reminds me of Mos Def a little bit.
Solicitate my rhymes, you're only helping me. Stand on the mantle looking for prey like Hannibal, like slow down.
Some of it.
A lot of old friends
like Mos Def and RZA.
Choices for MCs with minimal thoughts. I'm sought after, undercover live wire. Open circuit, it's worth it to work it. My intentions with schooly henchmen.
And mad skills.
Physics, making floors in the kitchen. I control the whole climate. And C's find I'm easy to rhyme with. Ladies, I never leave out. I got the other services assembled. I stick with passionate pencils. I'm singing this song for the thrill of singing this song. That's why I get this edition. Asked at the table to play my position. Wasn't feeling the vibe.
I feel like suddenly skateboarding.
It was no surprise. Me riding high, listen to dive. I ask God for prayers and layers. Burning bridges, can't ask for no favors. Malicious demographics, suppressing my emotion with the weed habit. No harm, no shot for no discount. Always marketed and prepared to give a helping hand. Outlander sight, Reaper came in the night. No one ever knew life would have so many fumbles. I keep it ill and humble. Ask if I hate it, making statements, get no reactions. Smothering my humor with a vivid grasp on certain reality, formality. It's like what I'm thinking when I'm seeing someone play the lottery. One of my gods spoke. It's the body walking with the life force. So when the force couldn't possibly keep the body off course, someone compared my crew to the knights of the round table. Foaming at the mouth, don't tell no fables. Wetlands, what the fuck is good?
Can't make it, can't fake it, dog. I can't take it. A lot of times I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do, but a lot of times you just wanna be thinking and thinking and thinking and thinking. It reminds me of jump around. Jump up and get down. I think that's what you're thinking of. You're thinking of jump around. You know, and it would normally be at this speed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jump around. Jump up and get down. Jump. Everybody jump. Everybody jump. Like that would have been a nice little sample to just sort of scratch in there, you know, DJ style. But listen, big freaking salute. Oh my gosh, now I kind of want it to be that speed. Who today I'd probably, you know, would do that. Would be like come at this record with, you know, like just a little bit, you know, faster when it comes to the production, you know. Same overall, you know, performance could still be there. This one is like completely opposite as the last one, right? Because it is within, hold on, let me go back into the normal time. Where was so this one was around like 4 minutes and 12 seconds. Didn't really have, you know, kind of like a prominent, you know, chorus kind of situation. And I always want to remind, this is a throwback, so I'm speaking to the past version of you right now, artists. But when it comes to records, right, I still think choruses are equally as important as whatever story that you're telling or whatever you may be rapping about on a song, right? Because choruses allow you to basically compartmentalize each verse, right? Or at least, again, you may have just one long verse that you're gonna go in and do, whether it be writing or freestyle. And if you have a chorus, it like breaks each of those sections up. It gives you a sort of mental, you know, break time to really think about what you're gonna say, you know, next or whatnot. And sometimes we come at songs a little bit different. Sometimes we may listen to the beat and we start off with a verse, then lead into a chorus, then do another verse, then lead into it. You know what I'm saying? Like each one will sort of inspire the other. Or some artists will start with the chorus and then write a verse that sort of reflects, you know, the theme of what they're talking about there or whatnot. But they are important just for the like for those in hip hop. You know, there are those who like their main aspect is they do just want the bars. They want to hear lyrics. They want to hear an artist, you know, go in. They want to hear an artist, you know, really spit knowledge. They want to see what you're really capable of, you know, just as an MC. But, you know, we have many different audiences out there, some of which who do need that chorus. My mom is like one of those. right? I always use I use my mom, but like suffice mine for yours and anybody else's. There are certain people out there who are not going to know. I could like literally go with any of the lyrics just on any of the verses and like, oh, have you heard that song from so and so, and then just start rap. They're not gonna know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? I could literally say a specific line from a Kendrick record or something like that. My mom's still not going to know. Chorus, however, is the easiest thing for people to really grasp and gravitate towards when they're trying to have that conversation about any song. And we always go there kind of, you know, first too, when we're just like rethinking about it. So I just want to express that importance, not just, I mean, again, I'm speaking to a past version of you, so the future version most likely already knows all this information. However, there are those that may do that today, and others who may not, you know, just know the sort of like psyche of different things. Now, that's not to say that you can't make a style of record like this, right? Because again, I want everybody to have the freedom to do what you want. I'm simply analyzing what I'm hearing and saying, if you want something to be a little bit bigger, much more grander, you know, there does have to be certain elements to it that are approachable by different audiences. Certain people just resonate with, you know, even different production and you know, a contrast of voices. So like you and like a female singer or something like that. I don't even know why just like that in there. So my mom hates most of my music, you know what I'm saying, not my style and stuff like that. Man, well, like, see, but and yeah, well, I'm saying though, you know, it really depends on, you know, the record, and that, like, you should use that as a goal. Like, okay, you know, anytime you find somebody that doesn't like something you have, figure it out. Figure out, okay, what is the genre that, you know, they primarily like and listen to, and what songs of mine do they think does have, you know, potential. You know what I'm saying? What I love to do when I release an album, if I work on every song with absolutely no feedback, you know, from anyone, you know, and then I basically compile the full album, you know, as I want it. What I do and what I loved was like just sending my album out to a select group of people and just telling them, all right, let me know which records you listened to in full before potentially skipping to another one, if any of those had that effect, or were there any songs that you came back to, and if you could reorder the album, you know, what songs would you put where or whatnot, right? People love to think about things with that aspect, because now you're really looking for like, what are the best songs, you know, on this project, which ones resonate with me, which ones would I put on my own personal playlist. And you know, it's fun to really kind of do things like that with, you know, that amount of feedback or whatnot. Still obviously got to get things, you know, mixed for the most part. But it said hating mom track. Yo, boy. Hey, did you see that one? There's a I don't know if he's older or if he's a kid or whatnot, but he basically has videos where he's like, he's dissing his grandma and then she's dissing him back, and so they're both rapping, they're like battle rapping, and like, you know what I'm saying, I don't know if he wrote her stuff or like if she actually got bars herself, but that right there, genius marketing, man. All right, let me get back in. Thank y'all for y'all patience. I know y'all are in the free line still. Don't worry, we getting back into it when we can. We are jumping back into the because we couldn't play the first one, so that last one that we had played was the one in place of that. We played one beat so far, I believe. We have the Bunny Bad record coming up right now. This is the reggaeton beat that he was talking about, and then we have one more beat from him. Then we should be back in the free line if we don't see another skip or whatnot. And if you guys are looking at them when you tell,
yo, nonsense and Sir Mike, this song's gonna burn like some hot sauce from hot ones in your eyes. Birdman will talk to an actual bird like, I'm gonna chew through this beat like a termite. Don't make me put you where actual worms lie. Don't like my old shit, I'm thinking you were high. Like me when I'm looking down at a bird's eye view. When I'm cool, better act like you surprised. Head to McDonald's, I'm about to steal your fries. Standing outside.
Did we not play Ghost Riders already? Yeah, we played. Where were you? Where were you when we played Ghost Riders? Like we were in. So like what was happened? This is what happened, right? You just left the whole. Okay, I need to know your situation. Like, do you not watch on like more than one device if you're gonna leave the building on your phone to send something? Because what happened was when I couldn't play the first one, I was like, all right, let me play the second beat, basically. Basically what the second submission in that while we were waiting. So I played the full beat, rap to it and everything. So it was there. You can go watch the whole, rewind it and watch the whole review. So now we have the bunny bad or whatnot. But yeah, I mean it's still a part of it. Yeah, if you have an extra device, go rewind it real quick. See that? I did. I 100% played that. Everybody else can confirm. Listen. The way I know is because, again, I had a whole conversation about loving the chorus part of that beat. I said I absolutely love that chorus part. You should get a singer, sort of like, to get on there and do her thing on those parts, and then sort of like take care of the rap. But like, honestly, a singer could be on the whole beat. You know what I'm saying? Because it has a lot of elements or whatnot. But it was nice production or whatnot. So go back, rewind it for the proof. Literally, if you go back a few minutes, you'll see. This is Bunny Bad. He said, okay, a lot of trash up the way. People that can tell me I don't do what the hell I'ma do, but you know what I will say what I got to. A lot of times if you need binoculars. Yo, this is Halima, you know we got this, everybody, Pamela, everybody, move the body. You don't know what to do, I can go across the street when I am. People tell me that I am. This actually feels like it. You can get a real artist on it too. A lot of freaky times to get up on the show. And then I also want to tell y'all that I don't even know where the hell that freaking like Waldo goes. Yeah, not my style, but it's good quality, man, and I like that. I like how the drums are hitting. Did you say reggaeton though? Cause I can hear both reggaeton and Afrobeat. That's why I was like, everybody. But I can also hear like reggaeton. Now that you're thinking about it, I'm thinking about like Bad Bunny, and then there's another singer. I wanna go and get it. I don't know what the hell is happening, but I must spit this freaking shit. You know what I wanna be ever the freaking pour something all on your head, girl, but it ain't liquid. I wanna be ever the freaking say that I wanna like eat on the freaking table. You know what I wanna like tell y'all freaking that can't enable word.
an artist. I don't know what I'ma freaking do, but regardless, I always wanna tell you that when I be on your beat, freaking I'ma get on this shit, freaking I spit the hardest. And y'all listen, also, I wanna be able to eat when I'm in y'all kitchen. Y'all sitting down, but I ain't standing up, and I don't even know what is happening. I ain't planning to rap, and I know that man, the planet was in the placing, spacing. What the hell happened to Jason? I don't even know who messed up his face when he put on the mask for everybody who laughed at him's an asshole, which is why he came back and freaking killed freaking every freaking body who died. He can will whatever. You said, so what did you say? You said I like the beat, but the percussion is overused in music or whatnot. Hey, there's a lot of times when you don't know where the rhymes is cool. Everybody has send it in. You gotta send it to my email. That's ThatDorkyReviewShow@gmail.com. Alright, so this thing right here. Let's talk about a few things, right? First off, decent quality with what you're doing with this production. All it needs is an actual artist or whatnot. If it were me, right, I've been wanting to like blend an Afrobeat and reggaeton artist for some time. That's what I would do. I'd find both a dope reggaeton and an Afrobeat artist, kind of like have them do a little bit of a collab, and you know, because the vibes are similar. Mostly like when you listen to some Afrobeat, right, I do get a vibe of, you know, a nighttime record, but both of the genres, you know, do have the just like a vibe of like nonstop dancing, partying, having a good time, just enjoying yourself, but while always maintaining, you know, moving. And when it comes to Spanish music, there is so many subgenres of, you know, the salsa, you know, the reggaeton, you know, I wish Crystal was over here so she could throw me some of the other ones, but she knows merengue. That there's another one right there, right? But overall, so let's talk about the aspect of what West Chan said, because he said potentially some different drums or something like that because it's overused in music or whatnot. Here's the thing, right? What I discovered is that there was a time when I used to say that same thing about exactly reggaeton, right? I was like, it always sounds like they use the same exact drum every song or whatnot. And it's like one of 6 maybe, you know what I'm saying, different drum patterns that we will hear or whatnot. That is a consistency or whatnot for, I think, the genre, right? And you could throw this on drill as well. You can put it in Afrobeat. In most of the genres, there are things that people within, you know, the listeners, the people who dance, like they expect that, you know, consistent, you know, kind of drum, and like they don't care. Them nor do the people making the music. They're not like, you know, it's a tradition kind of thing, right? So that's eventually where I was able to come to, like, okay, certain things are, it's almost a tradition to sound a certain way, you know, and you know, a lot of them can really, you know, sing, so it's good to be able to hear what, you know, they're really able to do within it. But they'll keep those same, you know, patterns or whatnot. Now, if you want to, as a producer, this is where, like, if you truly want a little bit of a change, when you have an opportunity to work with a reggaeton artist or anyone in those similar genres, like changing that to your liking and seeing how that works, you know, it's up to you to make that happen. Yes, we haven't seen a lot of producers really try that just yet, but you know, like I eventually just started focusing on, you know, the talent within each song. It was like, can they sing, you know, can they
really rap. You know, there will be times where I obviously don't understand the language, but I think good music has a feeling, and you should always just be able to tell, you know, probably what's freaking there or whatnot. And he said, no, I'm not talking about the drums. He said the woman going, you talking about oh, that one? Well, that's also a thing too, though. He's saying crazy. I never heard that music before outside, Latin music and stuff like that. That I didn't mind that. I didn't mind the you know, at all. I thought it added some flavor to it. But to each his own. And what you say? I'm looking for artists. Man. Who? Los. What is his name? There's two people. Los, but freak, I forgot his. Now I gotta wait for him to send back to the freaking show and stuff like that. Let me see if I have any of his stuff potentially. I do not. If you were looking for a rapper though, I do have Husky Boy's contact.
Hola, baby. Husky, I gotta get pasa, oh yeah. They gon' be mad cause I'm riding that wave. Thought I told them they can get out my way. Ain't no way that they gon' fuck with the kid. Got the fire, got them going, ole. Body moving, girl, you're doing okay. Tryna figure how you doing a bit. Never nervous, how you shaking that leg. Call me papi, love the way you going. Hola, mañana, we do this again. Prende la hookah, your body's a 10. Get that girl a smoke, I'll buy you a drink. You like a dream and I'm loving that dress.
Now, while he's not a singer, okay, we still gotta find. I gotta very specifically. I don't remember the last name of the other one that is a singer that I was trying to really pull out. But you know, if you're just looking for Spanish in general, like he can get in there very bilingually, which is not a word, but there we go.
Bro, it's 2 in the morning, fell asleep and I'm yawning. Waking up on the lawn, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stopped and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, gnawing on a Nazi, probably in his uniform. Born identity, homie, you've been warned. My brain is soaring like a unicorn.
One last one, then we're back in the free line. If you haven't already,
be sure to send your music and beats over to ThatDorkyReviewShow at gmail.com.
Wait, did you just... Why does this sound like Ghostwriters too? Am I tripping? Okay, and then it was as if you just kind of slowed the last one down or something. I mean, Ghostwriters. This one might be too similar to the other one, but it's just slowed down, that's all. Tomorrow's day, Miss Dave.
Dave Brewski, freaking, you know what? Hopefully your record ain't even like boring. Don't put us to sleep. People are freaking wanting to freaking skip, or they not freaking doing it at all freaking ever because they too cheap. A lot of things I want you to freaking give me for free freaking forever because I want to keep freaking it. I don't even know what to do. I like that times when your freaking record is good, I will like fuck with you.
Yeah, you just slowed it down, bro. I don't know if we should boo or freaking enjoy it. Cause there's a lot of speed. A lot of times you always gotta freaking go places where freaking their bathroom because you gotta pee. And all of y'all are freaking know there's all of these times where like you lost the beat and freaking tried to send it. I had this freaking spoon up in my hand and then tried to freaking bend it with my mind, but I don't even know if I have freaking friended people who would freaking talk to the baby and Brenda. Stop. Your girl up inside a dress. I gotta remind y'all that this beat is from Private Press. He's in the chat in case y'all looking, trying to get any of these beats that you hearing and like you wanna spit, freaking to it. Hopefully you'll get on it and do something dope, cause if you don't, I'ma freaking say it's stupid. Or hopefully it'll be something great that we hear. And a lot of times you wanna go sit on a chair, but then where do you go? How do you know? How do you flow on a beat when you can beat your beat though? Damn, I want to sing a different song now. A lot of times if I don't like it, I'ma turn the song down. Freaking switch it up, and people also like if you drop the mic, Dorky dog, I gotta come and pick it up. People also like if you drop food on the floor, your dogs are okay, cause they will just work and lick it up. I don't even know if this is one of those things where you get no freaking gifts ever, so you're always thinking Christmas sucks. And this is what I can freaking say when I wanna rhyme. People don't know if I like do this shit all the time. You can sit a beat and I will try. And a lot of times if I ain't gonna be freaking dope, then I'ma lie. I'ma do what I gotta do and feel what is inside. I also don't even think that I can like decide that I wanna be able to freaking say that. I will tell you that a lot of freaking people don't even commit the crime that goes with the skill. All of y'all in the chat, y'all know you're gonna chill. And a lot of I don't know how I should feel about this one. Private Press. You got some explaining to do, Lucy? Because again, right? Essentially, the second submission that it ended up being like the first one that we played, but was supposed to be the second in the lineup. It was another version of this beat that was a little bit faster or whatnot, right? And so I do like options, right? I wouldn't just call them two different things because there's nothing different outside of, you know, at least from what I heard, like the tempo. Both of them do give you an option to hit up the record in different ways. Maybe one feels more like it's for a rapper, while the other one feels you know, more potentially, you know, R&B, maybe pop, or, you know, something like that bass. Really depends on what you think, but I mean, I still like the vibe of this, but I will say everything felt a little bit better on the Ghost one. You know what I'm saying? Like once it got to that chorus on this. Whatever, man. It's way faster. Hate master. Hate faster. A bait faster. Matter of fact, you ain't backward. If ain't tackle, the bait tackle, the bait backward, the bait tackle, the fake backward, the fake back. You know what I'm saying? It just feels much better when it has that tempo, you know, on it. But again, two different records, right? If you come back over here, you know that that's not the right one. Right? Again, I feel like more of an R&B artist can get on there or whatnot. You guys give your thoughts as we progress, because we're going to go back into the free live.
Be sure to send your music and beats over to ThatDorkyReviewShow at gmail.com.
It means you're safer sitting here. Okay.
Bro, it's 2 in the morning, fell asleep and I'm yawning, waking up on the lawn, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stopped and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie.
Commercials! They'll corrupt your mind! Bad commercials! Bad commercials! Bad commercials! Bad commercials! Are you completely out of your mind? There's too much violence on TV anyway! You look much violent.
All right, let me see who we got next. West Chance. We're still in production mode. We're still in production mode. We are still in production mode. What is it? Sample is the only thing not fully mixed in inside. Uh-oh. I don't have that, you know. I don't have that sound. What do I have? What do I have? That one's okay. That one's okay. Let me see. What is this? Oh man, it's not gonna let me download it. Okay, it's not gonna let me. What are you gonna let me download it? Or are you gonna let me play it? What you want? Are you gonna do? I'm gonna have to play it like right from here. Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Y'all. Y'all thought we wasn't gonna come and get you. That shit is hard. Yeah. I don't even know what I'm gonna do. People didn't know what they will fuck with you. People be thinking that they stuck with you. So you really think I'm a double two? With a W, that's a freaking win when I'm on the thing that I don't even know if like I'm a counter. But a lot of times I really like what I talk to your mama and you don't know what the hell I'm doing. But like when you a freaking here, it's freaking cool. But like whenever you gone, I don't even know what the hell I'm gonna do. But I also like want to tell you that every time I'm looking at you, I'm thinking you freaking. He said it's tough, I was worried. Your girl like Let's Dance. I want y'all to check out this beat from West Chance. I also wanna like tell y'all that every time I be looking at your girl, somehow she got wet pants. Listen, over here just looking. And people also like, yo, Dorky, what you cooking? Like you are referring to the beats or the songs? Cause like if it's one or the other, listen, we won't get along, yo, it's both of them. And people also be like, man, they be calling your ass, why you ghosting them? People always hosting them in every freaking location. A lot of times when you go to somewhere, you go see my whole way. No, I'm just playing. Let me go back in this shit. Matter of fact, you know what? We don't really wanna rap in this bitch. We just wanna like tell y'all that half of these kids don't know shit. What even really happened to Hootie and the Blowfish? You're like, what the fuck? Who would you get on this? Like for real? Honestly, it almost feels like an old school Eazy-E featuring Bone Thugs, featuring 3-6 Mafia, featuring 8-Ball and MJG. So many people, I think that Marvel makes so many sequels that a lot of them we gonna see. You also freaking don't know if like people need to go VIP to any show that. Shout out to all the people who know that Kodak used to be a brand for pictures. Let me see. You say J. Cole, you said his beat was smooth. That's right, J. Cole, Joey Badass. Interesting. There's a lot of times where you wanna rap. There's a lot of times where you wanna rap. Alright, man. Not bad. We were able to at least play that for whatever reason. It wasn't letting me download. I do recommend if you guys ever send waves, like send it with a send it with iCloud, because that's the fastest way that I'll be able to, you know, download it. Outside of that, you know, I appreciate what went on there. It does feel like almost a throwback style beat with a few upgraded elements, right? It's something that I would have heard definitely as an album record, but one of the dope album records, right? From that classic, you know, kind of maybe even a lost tapes kind of thing from Bone Thugs and certain artists. For me, that's what I hear. I hear some of the early you know, golden era of artists, you know, on there or whatnot. It'd be interesting to see that J. Cole and you know, Joey the Badass though within there. And so we'll be hearing this in the future, potentially with a different mix or whatnot as well, because he said chorus isn't mixed in, you know, just yet. So a little bit of a work in progress, but I think it came in nicely and stuff like that, right? And what do you say? All the things were by me. I interpolated it with an R&B sample in the background. Nice. Some people wouldn't even know that right there. He was like, okay, this is tough. I was worried, you know what I'm saying, Black Kings. I'm saying, man, listen, we did it, though. All right. Are you guys ready to go back into the free line? I said, are you ready to go back into the free line? I said, are you ready? All right, man. I'm going to laugh if this next one is also a beat. You guys, it's like producer night over here. It's producer night. Wasn't it Thursday or something like that? It's technically Throwback Thursday, man. Should we... Let me put this on. Abracadabra. Ooh. All right, Throwback Thursday.
Hey, do what you gon' do, I keep that glizzy tuck. Soon as that little nigga drop the low, this chop gon' pick him up. I just bought extensions for them niggas who keep dissing us. Bounce out with that 50, teach a nigga like I'm Mrs. Puff. Ask me why I gotta flip. You know Tro can't track the phone. Chopper make a nigga dip. Had that nigga flashing home. Let this bitch squeeze and let off heat. This nigga gon' crack it on. Send the boys to creep, bitch, I'm the chief, just like I'm Pat Mahomes. Soon a nigga like he gone. Batman get the pack, it's gone. Blow shit like a saxophone. I want raised in no happy home. Got your bitch and she riding dick just like a saddle alone. But I can't cuff that bitch when she get mad. That bitch be calling trolls. Smoking on this op pack, flying like I'm Peter Pan. All these niggas like to throw them rocks, but I don't see they hand. Probably cause we pressure and we spend it like a ceiling fan. Your clique full of rats and goofies, y'all niggas from Disneyland. Hey, get wrong, we might pop at you. Hey, fuck that boy, and fuck his partner too. Looking in the mirror, name a nigga that's as hard as you. Looking in the mirror, name a nigga that's as hot as you. Hey, and I can't cuff that bitch, cause she hella friendly. Tryna run through a big pocket, call her Dead Henry. Mention one of my partners, we gon' get to spinning. Nigga, mention one of my partners, and we winning. Hey, the ops say they up on the scope. That shit gon' make me laugh. Riding in the hood, bro, wet him up just like he took a bath. Shoulda had it out, bro, chopped him down and went no busting back. Troax with a pole is probably someone by the Krusty Krab.
Why y'all is beginning?
Bring it back and shit. Keep that glizzy tuck, keep that glizzy tuck. Ask me why mirror. Hey, the other had no busting back. Troax with
Honestly, that one kind of grew on me as it was going on, right? The first half of the song, I was trying to figure out what that sample was because it felt interesting. You know what I'm saying? It had a playfulness to it a little bit or whatnot. Them drums, you know, definitely slid in there and stuff like that. I'm always curious on, you know, just the vibe that artists get when they do hear, you know, different beats specifically or whatnot. But that was interesting, you know, more or less. Hold on real quick. What'd you say? You know what I'm saying? You said, doesn't that beat mad different? I like the sound. Yeah, like it's something that just, again, it kind of grows on you over time or whatnot. You end up like going through a little bit of an experience. Hold on. I'm just typing something.
Everybody knows about your mommy.
No, they don't. They don't know about her. Now, don't you ever? What are you talking about? And you said it's hard low key. Shout out to the Black Kings and with chance with those. All right, back into the lineup again as we continue forth. We have CGX. You come back for another, eh? From your... We streamed in the morning earlier today. I had something a little bit different, so we'll see what you got now. Oh man, you sent a freaking wave too. Y'all hate me, man. Y'all hate me. It's the only way to really know what's going on over here. All right, hold on. Let me type this. Okay. And then, what are you doing? You gotta play it from the thing or whatnot. I hate it though, just cause I'm hitting play. Let's see how long that takes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hopefully we're good. I can't control the volume or nothing. It might be a bit loud, but I'm fucking with the vibes. What up, Derek? What the freak? That was it? I feel like your chicken is gonna come back. So I appreciate some of the sounds, within here, right? It may be a little bit loud when it comes to, the mix. Always get your stuff, balanced to a proper level as to not just make everything feel overwhelming. All you ever need to do is put your stuff on a playlist with other industry artists, either in the similar genre or in opposite genres or whatnot, right? Because for most things that we like, we've never had to adjust the volume. You know what I'm saying? I could put on some Red Hot Chili Peppers right next to some Paramore, right next to some Madonna, right next to some Snoop Dogg, right next to some DJ Quick, right next to, what I'm saying? You could just keep going down the line and you should never have to touch that volume knob. Nothing will be too loud or too low if it is, proper or whatnot, right? So what you'll notice when you go from any of your records that may be in that same, sector to, you just had to come closer, little cricket, for real though, bro. For real though. Where's my Thor's hammer at? I feel like I don't know where he's at, but I feel like I want to throw this. Nope. That did not get him. I mean, we do have the door open right now, so that he's probably like listening outside. Hey man, what song did you just play right now? Anyways, I like the video game kind of nature of it. It feels like if you were to take just a quick little trip up and down to the stars and above and then come right back, that's the experience of the beat, and or, you know, just like getting sucked into an 8-bit kind of like video game kind of scenario or whatnot. That works as well. If you're new to the show,
be sure to send your music and beats over to ThatDorkyReviewShow at gmail.com.
Come back into it as well. After this, I'm gonna check and see, just make sure nobody's also in the spam folder or nothing like that. It is. You just called it G-Flow 5.
Feel like I'm stuck inside her eyes, she got me paralyzed. Ain't gonna lie, yeah, that was me up in my past. I was a scary guy. Talk to God today, hope he can lead me to a better life. Used to be easy just to break for like some styrofoam. My mama cussed me out cause I ain't used to keep it tidy. Why you hop up in that field and start a war? You ain't no Dr. Doom. Walked up to the door and seen a note, the rent was overdue. Damn, I was just on the road to nowhere, had to change my route. My pocket's gonna be swole before I die, and that's without a doubt. I speak my truth with calmness, I ain't nervous, I ain't gotta shout. I ain't tripping if I gotta take some losses, I will never pout. Feel like I'm stuck inside her eyes, she got me paralyzed. The first time I was ever called to action, I was terrified. Ain't gonna lie, yeah, that was me up in my past, I was a scary guy. Talk to God today, hope he can lead me to a better life. He said, I got your back, young man, just know you hit a rise. I know it's people out there that's one day away from suicide. Please keep fighting, it's a beauty when you overcome that pain inside. If you have to tote your heat today, I pray you make it home alive. My granny passed away and for a minute I was dead inside. Everything I got I earned and will protect, no you ain't taking mine. I'm still very young, but yet it feels like I'm running out of time. I had to break some habits just to go and stack a couple dimes. Okay, I'm up, let's get straight to it, ain't no time for talking. Walking down a path of isolation, yeah, I've been here often. I'm climbing up a ladder for success, I hope I don't keep falling. Ever seen your loved ones unresponsive laying up inside a coffin? I let the devil get the lead, but now I'm
like
coming
a young
back.
Hank
Overcame my lustful nature, promise I ain't going back. You picked your side and made a choice and left me, I ain't mad at that. If you're doing bad, it's time to go within, it's time to face the fact. Feel like I'm stuck inside her eyes, she got me paralyzed. The first time I was ever called to action, I was terrified. Ain't gonna lie, yeah, that was me up in my
Should
past.
I do this black and white thing on
Today, hope he can lead me to a better
Thursdays?
life. Alright, I know we ain't been speaking, but I love you still. If I have to face the fact of losing you, I might just pop a pill. Protect the girl I love, Thor's hammer, yes, I'm down to kill. You never know the pain I fucking go through, and you never will. I'm creeping up, you tried to block my shine, but I got effort still. If I ever make a triple, give my mom and pops 100 mil. Treat my nephews like my sons, so they look at me like I'm Uncle Phil. I will not turn my back, I ain't forgot how we was sharing meals.
When you're back in it, there's a lot of time when you're thinking, getting exactly, thinking exactly, and it's immaculate. When you're jacking, when thinking, I'm always asking shit. Matter of fact, I also like want to be able to say that freaking is a bug on your face. You know what, I'm about to go and smash this shit. Freaking, you got the freaking gas and shit. Oh, stop it. All right, big salute. What did you guys think about that record right there? I appreciate that it's an acoustic piece of production. These are important because, you know, if you learn how to play the guitar and can like basically just play what we heard right now and perform your song in any occasion, people will enjoy you as an artist and kind of look at you in a little bit of a different way, right? Too often we have a lot of type beats in different situations that, you know, people will feel like they've heard a lot of, and they don't always feel like they're getting that real from an artist, you know what I'm saying? Especially if you know, they're not really able to see them perform live and, you know, have those tiny desk performances and stuff like that. But if you were to do something like this, with or without a band, right? Because I can hear aspects of this production that can elevate to other things, right? You've heard songs potentially with an acoustic guitar that at some point maybe had an electric guitar at some point. You know what I'm saying? Like something like that coming in at some point, or violins, right? Like you can elevate this record to something, you know, even grander as it progresses. There are parts where you did punch in here and there. Whenever we hear it, that's the only real mistake ever that is made or whatnot, right? We don't mind you guys putting together your record in you know, those ways, or if there are sections where you run out of breath, you gotta punch in for something. Just always make it strategic, because if you put yourself in a scenario where you may like cut yourself off before you actually finish the last line, right? And you're already coming in with something else, right? You have to think about how you're going to perform certain sections. As long as you have a plan, you'll be fine, right? So the plan could be one of two things, right? You could have maybe a hype man on stage with you. If there is a part where you're usually cutting yourself off, you sort of make sure that you and either your hype man sort of do one of the two parts. That way it still feels natural. Again, Busta Rhymes and Frejo Star. What the fuck? Frejo Star. Busta Rhymes. And why am I forgetting his name all of a sudden? Damn. No, Spliff Star. Damn it, man. Almost. Shit. Busta Rhymes and Spliff Star. When, like, Spliff as a hype man probably needs an award. He needs an award for best hype man ever or whatnot. You just know the way they perform together. You know, if Busta Rhymes had to go to the bathroom, Spliff would continue every single line in the rest of the song. He'd do any other songs that Busta was supposed to do until he gets back. Like, Spliff knows his shit. He's that dedicated. And often, if you have someone like that, there are ways to get in there, you know, strategically. But we just want to make sure you're able to perform things through and through. And those scenarios where it is just a live band playing the instruments and then you know, kind of rapping your song. But the record had, you know, conviction. You talked about real stuff. Like, that's what we expect. You get on this and you start to rap about stupid shit, it will not fit. That's me. I like to make y'all laugh with the content, what I say within the record or whatnot. So there aren't too many records. I'm gonna be honest. I don't get on too much freaking stuff like that because I feel weird being normal when I'm rapping. I want a little bit like Redman, Tyler the Creator, Hobson, you know, and M, you know, to a certain extent or whatnot. They are artists who love to like give you that slightly, you know, awkward eye or whatnot, but then feel that they're, you know, still dope at what they do or whatnot. I've always just loved that aspect about certain artists or whatnot. Busta Rhymes also had that same shit. But anyways, man, Rob, what up, dog? You know what I'm saying? All right, let me hold on. We have a skip in the line from Nico, and he said just a beat this time. Oh, snaps. Let me see what you have in the cut.
I know diamonds are the things that you wish that you had, but homie, I'm playing old school games where it's all up for grabs. You know me. I love gold. I got a big stick of gold where my thing used to be just because.
All right, this beat is called Blow. Oh my God, this cricket, don't get out of here. Yo, is it going back tonight? I want to turn this off. It's black and white. Boom. Now we back in the color, and a lot of times I don't know what I'ma freaking do, but you know what, I'ma smother this. Smother the beat and shit. I don't know what to freaking do, but I can keep this shit. He said, bro, I'm Goldfinger. There's a lot of time where like people don't know what to freaking do, but man, a whole singer could get on the beat right now. I mean, like a singer belongs on this for real. I'm about to put bro, I'm Goldfinger as the whole. What do you hear on this? There's a lot of freaking time when I'm always over here and shit. I want to be able to say I don't even know what I'm gonna freaking do, but you always in my ear and shit. And also I don't know what I'm about to do, but I would be drinking down beer and shit. Gotta break it fast. And a lot of times you go to strips club just to take that ass, rub it in somebody's face. You don't even know what you gon' do. No, know what you gon' go or what the heck you say. You said it's that London drill from. Honestly, I appreciate this for many reasons. When it comes to this shit, man, I'm committed. And I'm freaking looking for freaking ways to kill this cricket, cause I keep hearing it in the background. Like people be like, Dorky, man, ain't you hearing a beat? Can you rap now?
I'm like I'ma get in it. People are like, there's no freaking way that this nigga spitting, but freaking people will lift shit up. Always going freaking to the place where you could rap fast, and some strip clubs don't even ever let you grab ass. And people also like Dorky, man, can you please smash that? I also wanna thank you for freaking sending a cash app every time you wanna like tell me that I can't get on you peeking. You know that, man, you know I don't even know shit, homie, but you got the super sticker. Now people be thinking that I'm a stupid nigga. You said, thank you, good sir.
There's a lot of times I don't even know what the heck is up on my mind. There's a lot of times you can tell me I'm not done.
How can I like mimic everything like that? That's crazy. Oh my god, I am gonna search. The search for the cricket is gonna be my next album. It's gonna be my next album.
The search for the cricket.
So first off, I said I appreciated this beat for many reasons. The first reason is it distracted me from the cricket. Where the freak is it? No, first reason is it's a little bit of a vibe, right? Every time you guys send a record, if you have something that's very chill, you know, that lo-fi, that just, you know, jazzy, you know, kind of vibe that you could hear a Common, a Mos Def, a Erykah Badu, a Jill Scott, you know, it's a soothing kind of, you know, piece of production or whatnot. You could listen to it on its own, and then you could hear any of those artists or artists within the adjacent genres and vice versa, you know, within. You know, it does have that small element of you know, something drill centric but different, right? When I said earlier, when it comes to some things that are within that drill you know, centric stuff and other genres, you know, you do want to be able to like bring something different to the table, that allows people to look at it in a different way or whatnot, right? There are some dope UK artists that I have heard that I also think could you know, attack this or whatnot. I'm trying to remember one in particular. His name starts with a Z, and I gotta find what his name is or whatnot, because we had, hold on, nope, that's not it. We had a few records from, what did I add them to my but what playlist? Yeah, it would have to be on Bars, Beats, and Bean and Cheese Sandwiches and stuff like that. Hold on. Anyways, overall production was nice. How much time did you give on there too? 3 minutes, man. You know we appreciate that as well. Too many producers rush the hell out of a beat. Too many artists rush the hell out of a song. And every one of them make excuses. And so I appreciate when you do the work. That's what I call the work right there. Anyone who is willing to really treat any beat or song as if it's their last. Like, what are you truly going to do to really show, you know, just your ability as, you know, an artist and more? You just gotta like really, you know, go ham and figure a lot of that out or whatnot. But the producers, man, if you provide us with at least, you know, enough to get in there, potentially do, you know, up to 2 or 3 verses. You know, the thing that some will forget is that, you know, you never know when any of your beats can be a cipher or if we want features on our record. And we only have 2 options, right? If we end up wanting to extend the beat, we're either going to have to attempt to loop it, which I can do just fine. I know how to do it in a proper way where it will sound natural and it won't be offbeat and all that. But there are certain artists who don't, and then it'll be offbeat and they won't know just sort of like what they, you know, could have done potentially, you know, better. And so you want to at least provide them with either, you know, a full version or make an extended version and let them know, like, if they want that, you know, it's a different price or something like that. Whatever you guys want to do. If it comes with more of that beat, right? Do make sure when you're going through any production as well that it doesn't feel like it's just one loop over and over again, adding different parts where like you drop the drums, maybe you bring in other instruments, you know, here and there. All of that will inspire a little bit more from the artist who is on the record, right? And in this case, if it's somebody who's singing, you know, anything else that's in there, you know, melodically will inspire that artist and stuff like that. And then, you know, I'm curious on when it comes to like a rapper, if there are things, you know, because out here certain things sometimes, man. I think we had one earlier, and then like that chorus part came in, I had to stop for a second. I was like, my brother, my brother, my brother, my brother, my brother, my.
Everybody knows that boogity boo.
Let me stop. Big salute to that. Give your African thoughts. Let us know. We're gonna go ahead and jump back into the line up. Let's not and stuff. Let me see. Let me see. Hey, bro, you just gonna say let me see out there? Yeah, man. What, are you talking to yourself? What the fuck? You gotta use two different voices, man. Don't work like that. Are you giving yourself the ideas? No, by no means. Trying to jump back in. Black Kings, hold on real quick. Said appreciate it, you know what I'm saying? Thanks for that game too. No doubt. Was that just a thank you, or were you trying to send a skip or whatnot? Because technically you could do that and send another song. Let us know. Other than that, let me jump in here and just make sure we can do this. Where is it? Oh my gosh, man. It's that he's not gonna be here in the daytime at all. He's not gonna be here in the daytime. But like, we just gonna have to make him a co-host of the show. That Dorky and Cricket show. Welcome to our humble abode. I'll let you know what the Cricket thinks after these messages. Let me see. I can't help it. This is another piece of production, different producer. Oh my gosh. Rob also said beat is cool. I like it. Gave it a freaking score. Like, matter of fact, you gonna get hit through the freaking floor like this Mortal Kombat. Like when you doing an uppercut and people off the light pop up and they're like, what's up? Like saying hi. When I leave, I am the only dude saying bye. You just freaking ignore me. I don't even know what the hell Thor be, but freaking there's a lot of like times freaking the floor be on the ceiling. What would you do if you freaking had some weed that was laced with penicillin? When I'm freaking over here up in the building, people also want to be able to say, Dorky, man, I know you killed it. I'm calling myself that, but also with his nonsense. And people don't know like if I even got a conscience. But people are also freaking hop on this bomb shit. I don't even know what the bomb is. So if you gotta find it, you gotta make sure that it doesn't explode. Cause the freaking shit to be so freaking bright that you'll get blinded. Am I it or not? Am I dope or hot? And I don't know what to do, but I am in your spot. You just gotta get me out. There's a lot of time where like people don't know about Mickey Mouse if he just freaking chilling up at Disneyland, and people also like, man, I like this shit, but this shit is planned, isn't it? No, dog, freaking I'm lifting this 10 feet up in the air because this was when I was thinking about the freaking beat that I don't know if I got from your house or have you seen it through the the email. Freaking, you don't know what you gonna do, but all the details are freaking cool. I freaking don't know what to do, but I am chilling. You freaking need to go right back to school. Lots of freaking parts in it. I'm gonna send you a cup with like a lot of freaking farts in it. People also don't even know how freaking like smart that is. Also, man, you had started it. This was, I mean, look, it's produced by white. You put white boy in there, so like that. So that's what we're gonna say. It's called "I Can't Help It." Overall, right? I will say that there are elements in here. Hold on, let me see if I can turn it up a little bit more as well. No, it feels like the drums are a little bit freaking low or whatnot, right? Cut them up, you know what I'm saying? Make sure that they're a little bit, louder, and going in there, a little bit of a tight beat kind of situation, something that I could hear artists within, right? Whether they're doing something melodic or straight rapping, I think it pulls from a decent energy and something chill. Also, I do think that this also does have an element where you could get a, sort of a collab with an English and Spanish speaking artist or whatnot, right? The sample sort of like just leans itself to something like a little bit more Latin as well. So it would be dope to see that sort of, mixture and or like a back and forth, which I definitely don't think that we've heard, right? Imagine like 4 bars each going back and forth, getting some bars in at some point and doing that. So this one's cool to 8.6 from Rob. And then Margarita in the building with the Dork Squad. Like King said, all producers hit me up. Dork said, that's me, that's me, that's me. What do you say? Pave the way, Dave Ruski and stuff like that. Hold up, my brother. What platform is this on? What platform is this on? Black Kings, please let us know. We shall check.
As we go to YouTube, we try to see what's popping.
Okay, I got it. Pave the way. Just trying to see if there's any different version of it. You have 2 different ones. What's the difference? Is there a time difference? No. They look the same, but one potentially your
together, your love turned the whole world on its head.
Oh my gosh, man, for real. Listen, Cricket, I need your review of that beat. What'd you think? Is that right? He said he fucked with it. Okay. That's it? You don't want to
achieve yours.
Give a detailed orientation? I see. Yeah. He says he can't wait to see what artist is on it. He would love to get on it himself. Listen, you gotta talk to him, my brother, not me. Not me. Did I add the thing? Hold on. If I did already, y'all got one step closer. Anyway, pave the way, Dave Ruski.
Yeah, I woke up with a heavy heart today. Got on my knees, I had to talk to God, I gotta find a way. I remember stressing every day, trying to make something shake. When Granny died, I almost threw the flag, didn't see no better days. Like, yeah, I'm chasing everything I want, no, I won't hesitate. And yeah, I smoke some weed, go grab a wood, I'm finna roll a 8. I'm thankful for the day, not just the money, we are not the same. Gonna pave a way when I have me, son, LeBron and Bronny James.
Cricket's on the track with you. It's like I'm beating shit.
I'm thankful for the day, not just the money. We are not the same. Gon' pave a way when I have me a son, LeBron and Bronny James. Okay, I'm focused. I remember all them sad days with no motion. Found out I could use a pen, and now I'm working on my vocals. Looking for my wife, the ones that don't be meant for you be bogus. Just like Kobe, I will never get off my grind without a trophy. That's a fact. It's hard when you got bills and wanna rap. I keep my head up on a swivel. I ain't comfy when I lack. I hit a front flip first time I had made a check that was a rack. And if I see you moving loosely like the beard, I'm stepping back. No, I can't lie. What if the only step you need is just to try? You wasn't there when I was down, but now you here. I wonder why. And please don't act like that you care. Already told you, never mind. Yeah, I'm a stoic. If I got 2 arms and legs, then I'm gon' grind. I got time. I got time to face my fears. Not going hide. I'm not gon' lie. If it's about my brothers, best know I'm gon' ride. Sometimes I'm paranoid in public. Price I pay for getting high, and I ain't got time for excuses. I can't let life pass me by. Them days was wild, man. The pressure had me folded on the daily. Thought about suicide and didn't, man. I'm proud of you, my baby. Fighting demons every day, but thanks to him, they will not take me. Made mistakes. I know I'm human. I just hope that you don't hate me. I'm on my grind. Come on.
There's a lot of times when I wanna grind.
Thankful for the day, not just the money. We are not the same. Gonna pave a way when I have me a son, LeBron and Bronny James. Yeah. I woke up with a heavy heart today. Got on my knees, I had to talk to God. I gotta find a way. I remember stressing every day, trying to make something shake. When Granny died, I almost threw the flag and see no better day. Like, yeah, I'm chasing everything I want. No, I won't hesitate. And yeah, I smoke some weed, go grab a wood. I'm finna roll a 8. I'm thankful for the day, not just the money. We are not the same. Gonna pave a way when I have me a son, LeBron and Bronny James. I have me a son, LeBron and Bronny James.
I know.
That shit hard, LeBron. That shit hard.
Real content. A lot of times, freaking, you don't even need to freaking say a portrait. All you gotta do is get on this shit right here. Cause when people hear this, homie, regardless, they all just stand in line. Cause listen, I can't follow that, bro. I can't follow that. I can't follow that. So, let's get ready. First off, real content, a little bit of a life music record. Often when you hear like that type of piano riff, or sometimes pianos in general, right? Certain pianos, right? When it comes to those kind of melodies, they inspire the artist to really get in there and you know, say some real shit or whatnot. So we always do love that production because it inspires, I think, you know, the realest parts of, you know, any artist or whatnot. If I had any critiques, it would be wanting the overall record to be just slightly, you know, louder in terms of, you know, the mix. And then, you know, while I do know that there is that style of rapping a little bit faster than the beat, it is still something that I haven't personally gotten used to in a way where it makes the record feel better to me. I still look at anytime I'm hearing an artist like a little bit off beat as an imperfection, as something that, like, you know, like when we judge how dope an artist, you know, can rap, we judge the words, the wordplay, how well you sort of get in there, potentially if there's metaphors, if you're storytelling, what are you talking about? You know, how much of a performance did you get in there, your beat selection, but as well as how on beat you are, right? Because that we'll be able to say he slid that, he's riding the beat, essentially, right? As an engineer, right, I'm always willing to give you guys 2 versions of your song so that way you guys can hear the difference or whatnot, right? So if you rapped it as it is, you know, right now, you know, you'd have that version, but you'd also have the, like, if you move them over a little bit, you know, closer to where it should be, this is what it would sound like. And you could pick and choose from there, or literally let your fans hear it and see which version that they like a little bit better. Again, I know it is a style, so it is something that certain people are akin to, but I do feel like there's an aspect of you know, wanting to see again how you handle a lot of different type of you know, production and stuff like that, right? When you go into a Griselda beat, for example, you know, is that aspect still there, or do you hit that one up a little bit differently? I do believe that sometimes it's also the production that'll
that'll get you to go in there. But honestly, man, I would love to hear him on a Griselda, you know, S beat as well, just to see. I always feel like those beats bring out something different in everyone, right? And like I think Alchemist has always been able to get in a sort of, you know, similar kind of, you know, situation or whatnot. But them Griselda beats, they hit on another level or whatnot. I think they tap into a, like, any artist who really wants to spit, you get in there and you hit that. When you hear these type of beats, right? The life music, right? Let me go over here and hit the button.
Open this holy water, hurry up and kill a problem. But these screens,
open this holy water.
You will never understand, cause you ain't sweet and sour. But these screens done deep. Let's go. Niggas switch on their blood, hoes setting it up. Water got thicker now. This shit is different now. Snakes calling you big. Brother homie is crazy.
Brother homie is crazy. And again, life music is the you know, songs about your pain, your struggle, and your perseverance, you know what I'm saying, to get through, you know, all you've been through, those that you've lost, and, you know, just showing that you're a human being that has, you know, really been through stuff. So that is what I do describe as, you know, life music, and he was able to go in there and do that. Let me make sure that I can go. Let me make sure that, oh my gosh, the cricket. Yes, what did you? I see. Yes, I agree. What? Nah, so you, I think we had another cash app from that, for the Mexican, beat or something like that. We'll go ahead and check that out as beat or something like that. We'll go ahead and check that out as well. Give me a segundo. A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3, go.
Blue pill or red pill. If you take the red pill, you'll no longer be able to be living in your head still. If you take the blue pill, then you'll be so cool still, but no longer be able to see everything that ain't real. Shoulda take the blue pill or red pill. Shoulda take the blue pill or red pill. Shoulda take the blue pill or red pill. Shoulda take the blue pill or red pill.
Would you say Mexican type and
Got that beat over, player.
Everybody get a review. There's a lot of times I don't know what you do. There's a lot of people freaking who will freaking cry and they be like, boo hoo. I be like, yo, you too. Anybody in the chat watch Blues Clues? That was a cool freaking show. There's a lot of time when you know you were freaking slow. If you don't know where the heck you would freaking go, it's unbelievable. I can like leave a hole in a position where I don't know what we were even like doing before that. Like, were we just hugging and kissing, and all of the freaking soldiers that would go to some places and they were like all on the mission. I've overreacted, you know what I'm rapping. I don't even know if like all of you capping when y'all are be saying shit. A lot of y'all don't know who I'm playing with. A lot of y'all can tell me whatever you want, man. Have you saw Belly? It was a movie with DMX. There was a lot of freaking people who ever said there's a lot of time when I don't know how I'm stressed. There's a lot of people freaking don't know if I'm in rest. Sit the VIP skip. I don't even really know if I'm getting so seasick, but everybody freaking don't know what to see. But freaking people are freaking say that I will feed stuff to freaking you. You don't even know what the heck I'm gonna freaking do, but I let y'all do what you want. You smell like a wet dog. You gotta ask, yes, job. Go ahead and go in the exercise. Sometimes you don't know what the heck to do. You know what? Your girl has sex with guys at all times. I don't even really know what the heck. Freaking, you know you can't respect the thighs. I also don't know if I want to be telling y'all. Freaking, you know what? You can lecture. Up in the class. I'ma get up on your ass, girl. I don't know what I'ma do. All of the time when you laugh. What the hell, man? I had you blur it. A lot of times you don't know what I'm gonna say. And freaking none of my freaking verses. I could write freaking the shit in cursive. People don't know if they're getting hurt, but they don't know what the hell they freaking about to freaking say. But I know what I'm about to tell you that your stuff is pretty dope. Also, I wanna make a video, freaking it's cool, freaking you know what, I am a dork freaking with the silly flow. You also don't know where you even came here, but now you can see I'm a silly show. I can also rap, I do make beats too, freaking you don't know what, I can't beat you, this shit is freaking too dope. People also be like, okay I like this, but I have to go. I'll be back, I'll be that, freaking dude, you don't know how to freaking be able to say you need to get my weed back, cause I don't know if I really can freaking read tracks. But I can listen. That's it.
I don't know what I know is a butterfly. And every time I see you, I'm a butterfly.
You know what I'm saying? Get some chick on that shit. And on the chorus or that's how you do that shit, though. Essentially, you do something like that and then like make it a reference, you know, record for whatever artist. You be like, hey man, you do something like this. You can put whatever words you want, but you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I like that, Rand. You had switch ups throughout and in different places or whatnot, right? That does give and allow you to have what we like to call an opportunity to, you know, to switch it up, to have choruses, to really, you know, add the flavor within the record, right? And for sure, right, that makes you want to go right back to Husky Boy again.
Husky, I gotta get pasa, oh yeah. They gon' be mad cause I'm riding that wave. Thought I told them they can get out my way. Ain't no way that they gon' fuck with the kid. Got the fire, got them going, ole. Body moving, girl, you're doing okay. Trying to figure how you're doing the
right, him on that beat.
We need the money and pronto. I got no time for that combo. If it ain't paper, no I'm good. This is a war, but I'm Rambo. Look and see what you can find, though. It's a nigga like Commando. Switching the style, but design flows. What you gon' do this bravado? Think of Picasso. When I paint this shit, no monster. Like I'm Sugar Ray, this hostile. They a fiasco. Talk about it out the
Okay, so and then like listen, if you want me to give you a few of our lovely although a pleasant R&B artist, right? I'm gonna listen. Watch this right quick. You know what I'm saying? Hold up. Let me pull out the few that we skedaddulate every now and then. You know what I'm saying? One of which, Santa.
Tell me, was it worth it? I really hope that she is perfect. Cause you acting like you're so in love, like you don't think about what we was. And I can't lie, it hurt it. You need an Oscar, boy, you earned it. Cause you acted like it would be us. So why are you with her?
You almost want to cry.
I've always been the type to really go and get my lick back.
Her name is 616.
What tastes sweeter than a get back.
Her name is 616.
So you see me, I'll be protected. Please excuse the sick boy, you got one hell of a kickback. I'm pulling up on you tonight. I just fucked the conversation in your head tonight. I'm pulling up on you tonight. I just fucked the common sense in on your head tonight.
And then there's one more that has, we'll just say like, at least with this song, man, I gotta get her to send some more stuff to the show so I could hear some other stuff. Come on, my brother. We gotta, why? Okay, maybe typing it. Why is it just saying ice? Okay, there we go. Look for it for this. All right. this right here, right? So her.
Hey baby, I've been missing on you a lot lately.
Rachel Ray.
But you got that ooh la la that I like. Plus you say that I'm with the type. I put it on you whenever you come around. Cause when you see me do whatever makes me smile. Ooh, can't nobody do me like you do. Ooh, so hit me whenever you pull up. You bring the green, I got the cups, let me know what's up. Yeah, I know we've been grinding all day. So when we chill, it's a vibe, only we create. I know you're saying that you wanna take it slow. But if you're saying otherwise, then let me know. Pull up, sure enough, get what you want.
All right, let me go ahead and put this in now as we proceed down the walkway.
This is the story about a guy named Chris who makes beats. Don't believe me, homie, I made this. I'm on Twitch. What's the recipe for high-grade clips? I like Sprite when I got that cherry limeade mix. I'm mighty morphin' like a tiny orphan or a whiny dork, so get behind me, Portland. With high endorphins, better hide your coordinates as I slide this sword into your eye.
As I slide this sword into your eyes, you're boring. So this one is from Medisan. Better off, bro, if this mother effing cricket, bro. You can't cricket. You can't cricket during the reviews.
No, we never danced in the moonlight, but still this thing, it feels so right. I admit at times I live two lives. When you in my fantasy the whole time, I'm hitting the store, need your shoe size. The thing in your jeans, it be so tight. Every time I see you, get starstruck. The only one worthy of my love. Girl, I was so stubborn, acting like I'm in New York, undercover, until I discovered that there ain't no other. Babe, you got me love drunk. I can't stay sober. There might be a million women that's for me. I'm still better off with you. Still better off with you. You need to listen to me, my baby. I'm still better off with you. Still better off with you.
Girl, your love's like a drug that I cannot kick. I'm trying to get so high, some gear. Got me drunk off of love, I need one more sip. I was born a hustler, I need one more flip. She like, what you gonna do? I'ma double that shit. If your love was like a glove, it'd be just my fit. If I had to work for your love, I'ma double the shift. And you ain't gotta worry about it, cause my love is legit. Girl, you're supersonic, out of space behind it. Bust a move, baby girl, don't stop it. You and me, we gon' be the hot topic. We ain't gotta make love.
There might be a million women that's for me. I'm still better off with you. Still better off with you. You need to listen to me, my
I don't even really know what to do. Every time that I wanna be flowing to you. Let me come around.
You sexy girl, that's right.
That's right.
Need a real boss in your life.
Yeah.
I just might make you my wife. But you ain't gotta make me think twice. You sexy girl, that's right. Need a real boss in your life. I just might make you my wife. This time I'ma do this shit right.
There might be a million women for me. I'm still better off with you. Still better off with you. You need to listen to me, my baby. I'm still better off with you. Still better off with you.
Better off this shit. Like yes, and you can send a beat, I will often spit. And also freaking I'ma get up off this bitch. Not the stream, but everybody knows that I'm not just mean. I also freaking know that when it comes to freaking what you gonna do. Alright man, better off, not bad. We like. But I'ma say this. All of these singing elements on this record feel very natural and of the you know, just that classic kind of R&B that we would get from like Maxwell, Neo, you know, it's that in between 90s, early and a little bit late 2000, you know what I'm saying, something or whatnot, right? You know what I'm saying? It has that vibe. But like my main criticism, because I love every aspect of, like, it feels like it could, if they did a Love and Basketball 2, this could be on that soundtrack, right? But the rap verse, right? It almost feels a little too old school for the record itself. You know what I mean? Like, I don't necessarily, like, it felt too playful with that kind of aspect. And, you know, I do feel like they're potentially, you know, no disrespect, right? There's always better ways for us individually to hop back on records and do a verse that we have a little bit better. But you know, if it was me, I would have tried a little something different, or really, like, I think the best way to really go after features really is the challenge, you know, method or whatnot. You put out a challenge, you sort of throw, you know, have your chorus leading into an open verse, put it on like something like TikTok, and then you know, give it a week, right? Watch people chime in and like either freestyle or write a verse and do a professional video and stuff like that, and then do reactions to those people, right? Because essentially the moment that they know that you're watching and you're paying attention, the more people that are gonna do it, and you're getting free promotion from that record, right? Which is, I think, something anybody would absolutely welcome. It's free promotion. That means by the time you actually release the record and everybody finds out who really made the record, you know, you've gotten them already excited for it, and everyone, you know, kind of promotes it at the same time. You could even gear the release up for people to find out who it is the day of, and so you could be like, just tell everybody, hey, tell your fans, you know, to tap in, you know, for at this date for the release or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So everybody goes and finds out who made it. Maybe you could add 2 people, whatever the case. The pressure is not as bad, you know, as, like, again, when you specifically pick somebody or somebody, oh, let me get on that or whatnot, right? When you do that, if they don't do a good job, you almost feel bad if you have to tell them that you're gonna take them off or anything like that. Like, and so some of you guys just leave those verses on, you know, anyways, right? But like, is it the best thing for the song, right? Will it get the song, you know, a little bit further? Sometimes it is not. And so if you go with the, you know, the challenge method, the pressure is off of you, because all you know, you are looking for the best, right? You can literally still look for that, and you know, ask your audience, right, through each reaction that you felt was decent. And you know, I think nobody will feel bad if it wasn't them, you know what I mean? We just have fun kind of entering ourselves within, you know, the context of whatever song it is. So that's me. What y'all think? What do you say? This is released, you know, since it's on street times. Well, there it goes, man. You know what I'm saying? Perhaps what would be your idea for a video, right? Because that could be a way to, you know, pick it up as well and go from there. That could be your way to pick it up when you go back. People don't know where Palmer like freaking flow at. Like, people don't know what the heck to do with the program.
Nonsense and Sir Mike, this song's gonna burn like some hot sauce from hot ones in your eyes. Birdman will talk to an actual bird like I'm gonna choke through this beat like a termite. Don't make me put you where actual worms lie. Don't like my old shit, I'm thinking you were high. Like me when I'm looking down at a bird's eye view. When I'm cool, better act like you surprised. Head to McDonald's, I'm about to steal your fries.
Head to McDonald's, I'm about to steal your fries.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Is that it? Are we just gonna stand here?
Yeah, I'm okay.
What the fuck? Let me see. Pickled flower, then we play one from you today, my friend.
I see you sent 1,223,024 and that, you know what I'm saying, to the show. Do know that when you send to the show, we play one song per artist in the free line, and then multiple records in the skip line and stuff like that. So always remember, so that we can make sure that you'll see the best record, whether you are in the free line or you are in the skip. And then from there, we are able to, how you say, proclibulate? I think proclibulate. We're gonna go with proclibulate. Anyways, let's get back into the free line. Mr. Rob with Dreamer. This is in the free as we proclaim, and we go right on through.
Be sure to send your music and beats over to ThatDorkyReviewShow at gmail.com.
I know.
It's been a while since I found you here in my life, and by design I pass you by.
I like that.
Heaven knows it's what you want every time. Cause
I know I'm a dreamer. Yeah, no matter how much they go and try to tear me down, I got a vision of how I'ma make it out. I see it now, and my vision's already gotta work it out. How could they try to deny it now? Ooh, Kitty and Screech. I've been chillin' in my own lane. I've been in my own lane. I'm a dreamer, baby. You can take it all away from me. I can be anything that I really wanna be. Yeah. I know I'm a dreamer. I can be anything that I really wanna be.
You could be like whatever that you want. You could be whatever that you want at a second time where I seen that you were going on, and I don't know what the hell I'm about to go tell you to your mama, but how y'all feel about this?
How could they try to deny it now?
So what I appreciated about this one was that we did have, you know, a variation of melodies, right? It didn't feel monotone and kind of boring in terms of, you know, that. There are some times where it does feel like, you know, a bit much is going on to a certain extent or whatnot, but you know, getting the proper mix on that will do it wonders. The other thing is, when it comes to auto-tune, there will be some who, you know, just simply need less of it, right? And I do feel like, you know, it was very energetic, you know, felt like you had fun within there. And then the chorus, right, just the I'm a Dreamer, like there's an aspect to that does, you know, kind of resonate, right? We got a lot of dreamers, you know, out there or whatnot, right? So if you put something like this to the right visuals, kind of, you know, making it something kind of inspirational, and I feel like, you know, people will kind of follow suit, right? Everything that we make just as an artist, even if we don't make a music video ourselves, you know, when it finds the right person, they may just get inspired. Like, y'all don't think about it like that, but like, you know, we put our music out there and other people may use it for like a skit or a scene in a movie or something like that. You know, it's the same thing as you know, if you were to hire a director to do a video, except for on the opposite side, right? They're doing it off of the love of, you know, what the record brings to the content, or the record itself will inspire them. They'll hear something like that and be like, oh man, I should put a compilation of just like, you know, dreamers or people, you know, doing this and that. You know what I mean? Like, you just gotta put stuff out sometimes and see what it do. But that one, you know, does resonate. You say you spent 3 nights mixing a track and finally realized it sounds like an awful LOL. Going to show you. Damn, that sucks, man. Can't wait to show me how it sucks or sounds, you know what I'm saying, good or whatnot. How did you just realize, you know, and what happened or whatnot? Like, being able to identify though, like that's just simply a part of the job. And you know, like once you're able to hear those things yourself on, you know, things that can be better, the compare and contrast, you know, gets a little bit you know, easier to figure out. And you know, it's really just about the content and stuff like that after that. And he said, I was only hoping it into existence. But I mean, it really depends on the process. It depends on the process that you're going through. It really depends on the process. Freaking, I don't even know what to do, but I guess. All right, let me see what we're gonna do right about now. Funk Show Brothers, because I did say something about Samus. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see. I don't know whether I should go to what? And you released a beat album from another M2? That's freaking crazy. Let's play what it pulls up. Sammy's cybernetic armor. 1 to 10.
This is the story of a lost little girl growing into a woman in search of love and acceptance across the universe. The only thing she's ever been attached to is a cybernetic power suit with an arm cannon. Welcome to Metroid. Welcome to Metroid. Yo, even E.T. could phone home. No, it wasn't easy. The Chozo had to intervene. I was 3, seen my folks croak. So they took me to Zeeb, seized my old clothes. I started rocking a power suit, it stuck to my body. I learned how to embarrass whoever chose to get rowdy. But I wanted my parents there so that they could have taught me. I wanted all of their knowledge in place of those who adopted. I tried to forget the two, but that couldn't stop me. Like I fell with no parachute from the roof to the lobby. I got mad, I had attitude at the things that I had to do. Got a little salty, stopped believing in Kami. Yeah, it's like I never knew if they hated or if they loved me. Started to assume things about them like they a subtweet. So I took it the hardest. God had broken my heart. It's tough to part it when he clumsy. Yeah, I would give up on my cybernetic armor if I could be a daughter. If I had my mother in my codec, I would call her. I barter at the altar, trying to bother God to talk with mama and my father. Yeah, I would give up on my cybernetic armor if I could be a daughter. If I had my mother in my codec, I would call her. I barter at the altar, trying to bother God to talk with mama and my father. Yeah. When I got older and stronger, I had to leave home. Yeah, bounty hunting was calling, I heard that ringtone. Every single time I was sparring, I took the rings. Those other niggas ain't got a thing on me except the ding dong. I often wondered the reasons I'm who I am. I thought about it, it seems I'm beginning to understand. Outer space is the origin of life for every human. When I'm orbiting in flight, it's like a family reunion. It's no complaints, I dig my gig, it's really opportune. I love the pace, it keep me busy making constant moves. Traversing space to other cities, call me Doctor Who. It would be impossible to find a better job to do, but the fact remains I got issues I'm trying to change. Not having my mama hair in a picture might help explain why I travel around the galaxy battling, trying to find a lead on something with a name like Mother Brain. I would give up on my cybernetic armor if I could be a daughter. If I had my mother in my codec, I would call her. I brought her at the altar, trying to
I like how she flipped that.
Mama and my father. Yeah, I would give up on my cybernetic armor if I could be a daughter. If I had my mother in my codec, I would call her. I brought her at the altar, trying to bother God to talk with mama and my father. Yo.
Another time when you be spitting them flames, it'll be cool while you just playing on video games. I also freaking know all of this shit. Man, that was fact. Shout out to every artist who does this and never call it a quit. I like that beat. What I love, what I love, oh, what I love. Man, underrated. I gotta go throughout, you know, just the mini and you know, see what else is, of course, you know, on the album. But like, I already love the production, you know what I'm saying, from that, and of course, content, the references, right? You know what I'm saying, being able to tell your story while also getting in there with, you know, bars here and there pertaining to, you know, video games. And what I was saying is what I love about you and Mega Ran is that, you know, taking on the monikers of like, you know, that Mega Man and Samus, you know, of Metroid, is you know, pretty dope. You know, you guys pretty much fit it, you know, to a T. And you know, I definitely got to do more reactions to more of it. And I appreciate the full song structure or whatnot, man. And the other thing that I love is like for you to be nerdcore, right? For you to be nerdcore, yet also just really still be able to rap. I feel like people outside of nerdcore will still listen to something like this and still, you know, resonate, right? There aren't too many who will, you know, and can cross that sort of like boundary between, you know, that standard, you know, hip hop as well as, you know, the nerdcore. Some will just be too engraved in the nerdcore for a select few to understand or whatnot. But that one was, you know what I'm saying, dope. And what do you say, you know what I'm saying, that 10 VE hurting though, I can't freaking lie and stuff like that. What is that? What is that? What is that here? Oh, what is that? What is that, your mama? Yeah, what, let me know, what are you? Let me know, what are you? What are you? Let's go back into the good.
Bro, it's 2 in the morning, fell asleep when I'm yawning, waking up on the lawn, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stopped and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, gnawing on a Nazi, probably in his uniform. Born identity, homie, you've been warned. My brain is soaring like a unicorn.
Alright, as we proceed.
As we proceed to give you what you need.
Bro, if you don't get out of my face, man. Trying to do the show and you over here.
As we proceed to give you what you need.
I was playing. It's like you just did it exactly the same. Yeah, because I know how to do shit exactly the same, my brother. Have you ever seen
Ayy, nigga, let the beat breathe. Damn. Chop shoot fully well, I cut the beat sensei. Keep the ball rolling while I move like a shadow. My dog chase, pull the settle, let the fucking paddle. She riding me good, put the M on the saddle. I spit the same fire that I used to bring cattle. Take a peek at you now, my ex wanna battle. Y'all niggas on booth, mom smoking that lace front. I'm facing this beat like a lace blunt. Hey man, these niggas be pussy. Hop out, let kid make a fuck up. These fake ass niggas wanna keep on talking. I walk them like a dog, cause they keep on burning. You related to a shark, then you gonna go belly up. AK on time, so I'm feeling like 50 Watt. Hoes, taking that pick, they messy. Making niggas eat ice like Gretzky. You can turn the table, but it's still facing. Hop out on foot, then chase it. If you open the verse to me, I treat it like it's the song to beat. I tally these bands up to the ceiling. That is my little, to me.
Bitch down, turn on the street, niggas drop on this, had to bring it.
Vitki.
Smoking that lace front. I'm facing this beat like a lace front. Hey man, these niggas be pussy. Hop out.
See, nigga thought he was sliming that his life a little risky. Before I go broke.
So I like the contrast, right? Because if it was only one, right, and primarily like the second artist, right, because they have very little energy and it's just kind of chill, I think it would have been right? You know what I'm saying? But because you have that blend of, you know, high energy and freaking chill, you know, it gives you both sides of the fence, right? This is what we would even want from just even one artist. If you're the only artist on the track, to be able to give that variation of just what you do and how you attack the record, you know, like that's what, you know, keeps the listener, you know, within there or whatnot. But the beat is also, you know, hyping, and you know, I think the energy on the chorus sort of brings it to, you know, full-fledged for weekend, which is not a word.
I know diamonds are the things that you wish that you had, but homie, I'm playing old school games where it's all up for grabs, you know me. I love gold.
We got a skip right here from Square 2 off the dribble. Is this the one that you were talking about? Let us know.
About you know what? I really don't care. I really don't. I get enough love from the people that know me to get me through. I'm all right.
Yo, look, off the dribble, spitting riddles, y'all can't fuck with me a little. Feed them bits and kibbles, shoot they bitch and dibble, shit is simple. When you slick and suited to be the smoothest, Puerto Rican noodles, blow me like a seasoned flutist. While I wrote the most elitist music, uniquely moving, so they peep the movement, leak my music, go ahead and do it, don't bug me in the least, I'm fluent. And how to bag a bitch, grab the tits and swag and fit, trying to go from rags to rich, rhymes and flows is magic, not to brag, I've always had a gift. You get saddled in. If you want a boat, then get paddled in. I'm toe tagging jams and make the whole baggies dance. Throw baggies for the dough, she call me the Pillsbury Dough Daddy. You broken at home alone on the phone with GoDaddy. They won't host a webpage, you just K is so ratty. I'm playing my player ways, run a game from an old caddy. Roll fatties, know the game better than an old caddy. The whole married, but I just fucked that my old addy.
Roll fatties, roll fatties. Know the game better than an old caddy. Roll fatties, roll fatties. Know the game better than an old caddy.
Alright. Which one of y'all said y'all was nice? Not one of them. Nobody? I'ma give you small advice. Think twice before telling lies, cause not one of y'all can even rhyme. I'm stunned y'all even tried, and then I laughed so hard I nearly cried. I'm not even near my prime, but sharp in mind. Sauce like Gardner, ball hard as Elijah Wan. Starter caps from 91, my prototype is hard to find. Oh no, y'all ran out of time. Photo finish on your mom. Hold up sniffing cocoa with no soda in it time to time. I'm the guy she come and find. Made her come a dozen times. Snakes gon' try and block your shine. No patience when it come to hating. Jason Statham face I'm naked to let them know I don't be playing. Get the fuck around the place I'm staying. Fuck around and make a statement. Y'all sweeter than maple bacon. Made a tape that's great before I even made the tape I'm making. Y'all some fucking waste of space. No place within the game we playing. Erase them from the database and save the name they've been disgracing.
was supposed to change it. A lot of times I don't even know what the hell I'ma do, but I'ma take it. You know I'm eating bacon. So it's, I don't know, I was supposed to turn the ad thing off or whatnot, and I edited and did it, so I was supposed to be able to not see them unless I entered them myself. So I don't know if it was continuing to do that throughout, so my bad. But overall, decent record, good vibes. You know, it felt like something in between, you know, a few lanes or whatnot, right? Because beat, you know, bumps, yet it has that, you know, element of, you know, hip hop. Does feel a little bit of a you know, throwback, but also decent. There was something else.
Get saddled in if you want to both to get paddled in. I'm toe tagging from the vine. Oh no, y'all ran out of time. Photo finish on your mom. Hold up sniffing cocoa with no soda in it time to time. I'm the guy she come and find. Made her come a dozen times. Snakes will try to block your shine. No patience when it come to hating. Jason Statham face I'm making to let them know I don't be playing. Get the fuck around the place I'm staying. Fuck around.
Nah. I wouldn't say hate, you know what I'm saying? Like if we played it in the free line, I would have played it all the way through, right? And I mean, I played it all the way through as a skip, but y'all know when it comes to records that are in the free line, we will hit that. Dorky don't play that if there's just way too much going on. If we don't like what you're doing to the record, if we don't like the beat itself, the mix, all those things, right, together in tandem will make us hit that button. And we'll let you, you know straight up or whatnot. But for me, right, I've come from like that era, right? You know what I'm saying? When we talking, you know, 80s and 90s, man, right? I got to hear a lot of different genres and music. And especially when it came to freaking hip hop, right? I liked almost everything, right? So I was a fan of Wu-Tang and 3 6 Mafia. And Eminem, Redman, Ludacris, Missy Elliott, Timbaland, and everything that he was doing. You know, DMX, freaking Nas. You know what I'm saying? Like I liked everybody, all genres, no matter what it was. Like there was a time where all music was just good, where it felt like the industry was built upon actual talent, and they had to have a good voice or actually be able to rap if they even wanted a record deal remotely, right? These days, like there are a lot of artists who don't think that they, or basically a lot of artists, okay, I don't know which way to go with it, but there are a lot of artists who think they don't have to use the skill aspect, where they can just kind of say whatever. They can, you know, be a little bit lazy with whether it's the performances, whether it's, you know, what they're doing on the record, and, you know, get past by that. But, you know, you really got to think in tandem of like, if anyone were to pay anybody, right? If you're an artist and you're getting paid to be that, would they want to continue to give you money if you're not going to be the best, if you're not going to give people, you know, the most of what you can do and do it professionally, right? You really have to think about it like that, because a lot of the labels or investors, like they're always gonna, you know, look at all those aspects, and or are you doing something that could hurt their money in terms of, you know, the quality of the content, or, you know, drama that doesn't necessarily, you know, drive the right, you know, sales, or whatever it might be, right? It's always something. But as for creativity, right, we always just love, you know, seeing what you guys are gonna do within a beat like that as well. There's always a few different ways, you know, to go, right? You know, we can have artists attempt to go the type beat way on, and just, you know, do what you know, you can listen to two portions of your brain. You know what I'm saying? Do I want to get in here and spit bars and straight up, you know what I'm saying, go off, and then go a little bit slower, which is what I felt was done, or, you know, you hit with the speed of, you know, the other sort of side or whatnot. I think we usually just talk about like the hi-hats and stuff like that, but you know. And you said I wouldn't buy my shit for real, man. You tripping, bruh. You know what I'm saying? And it's in a track, you know what I'm saying? Couldn't find the full song. Alright, so let me see. Now there aren't a lot of artists, you know what I'm saying? You said there aren't a lot of artists, there's a lot of rappers, right? So you're saying people who just say things without substance. I can kind of agree on that, you know what I'm saying? What up, Trino? I don't know, but you ate a mosquito. I'm going with the Dorito. You said stone, Dorky, yeah, but like, look, have confidence in yourself, right? When it comes to the music that you guys do, make it, love it, and make sure that you love it. If there's something that you do feel like could be better, what I usually do is I go in, I make a new beat for, you know, the same vocals, and or see if like re-recording any vocals, you know, with a different energy, make it feel a little bit better or whatnot, right? Especially if you learn like new mixing techniques over time, right? Sort of like re-recording things with that new technique could be a little bit better depending on what you do. And then there's the aspect of just really you're breathing new life into old material, right? You're making it so that you feel confident in, you know, sending something. So even adding a feature and, you know, going back in that way will work. There's also music videos, right? We can't really say we did everything until we really try literally everything, right? Have the lyric videos, the actual music videos with us in it, potentially something you know, animated, but you know what it is. So that's where I'm at. And you said your only few what do you say? You said your only few critique shows I tip off. Wait, what? You gotta say that again. And you said melody has taken over and stuff like that. Are you talking about the man? I mean, I don't think that's everything. I don't think that's like the only thing that I hear, which is why I do this show, right? And I absolutely love that we can have many different artists, producers, people in different genres, not only get exposure to some of those, right? Because I do know there are people who like, they may listen to one genre like period or whatnot, put a whole station on with that on it and, you know, call it a day. They don't really branch out into the rock, the alternative, the country, the you know, different things like that. So this show and others like mine are opportunities for us to really, you know, see what the independent artists, what people who have been making music since, you know, maybe, you know, 20 or more years ago, or those that literally just started yesterday, right? It's the one place where you can have both in the building at the same time, seasoned and just, you know, straight out of the studio, you know what I'm saying, whatever it is. I absolutely love that we do have the freedom. The only thing that we can't do, right, as you know, is like really play the industry sort of, you know, stuff, you know, just confidently at least, because some of the labels are a little bit picky with what we play on our stream. So if you rap to one of their beats or you send their songs, they basically look at it like, oh, there's a certain amount of people in the building on any given platform. We can't monetize that ourselves. They can't tell how many people are listening to their song in their mind for free, right? Somebody's playing Drake all of a sudden, and we don't know how many people just got to hear that. Like, we should be getting all those plays on our thing or whatnot. Instead, it's just me hitting the button, but it may be something as simple as you rapping to a Drake beat, and then the algorithm picks it up like it's Drake's song. We've even had something as simple as somebody, you know, they did sample a record, right? It was like a Luther Vandross, you know, kind of song, but the mistake was that they played like maybe 8 to 10 seconds of the sample before the actual, chopping and stuff like that took place. So basically it's like playing the song, right? Outright. And then, that stream is nowhere to be found, right? The stream where we paid homage to DMX when he passed, man, I just wanted to play at least one of my favorite, songs and videos, and that stream got taken down. You know what I mean? They don't care. They don't care. There was somebody who made a song featuring Tech-9, and that one got taken down, right? So, funny enough, right? I can tell you, if you remember the versus battle with like Bone Thugs and 3-6, if you remember, like, listen, I went live when that battle was, going on, right? So we had a good audience, everybody had fun, but the stream didn't get saved, and I think got blocked for one record. It was funny because it was none of Bone Thugs or 3-6 Mafia's records, or any of the records that the DJs before the battle was playing and shit like that. None of those records got that stream taken down. It was the artist, the independent artist that nobody knew, and they probably still don't remember his name. It was like Lil Booty or some shit like that. I don't remember his name. I don't care, because I was mad. But he won a contest where his video was able to be played right before the battle. It was like right after or before the tribute, I think, of everybody who passed at that time. But yeah, his stupid video, man. And it wasn't even a good song at that. I was like, bro, that's the one. I just told the chat, like, look, you guys give, if you'd give it a Dorky don't play that, then hashtag that in the chat. Just say boo and all that stuff. And that's all we were seeing in the chat. And so then
I think that I'm the only dork here who's laid in the brain. I gotta ask my freaking doctor what it takes to be strange. I will hit you fucking rappers in the face with a cane while you on a fucking train watching snakes on a plane. I don't know what the hell happened.
Where's the gunshot?
So Sweatsuit, what I'll say is, because you said, I wish I could send some of those industry joints because I rap on some weird ones. Say my name. Poppin', pussy poppin'. I rapped on a Maxwell and said, ooh, was it the do because that one right there is fire. Watch it be that one, right? What was I gonna freaking say, man? What was I gonna say? You said, I was going to say, well, you produced too, technically, but I was gonna suggest, like, look, if you're ever rapping to an industry beat, like, chop it up, sample it, do something different. The only thing that is sort of done kind of wrong, and again, it's not that it's wrong because we consider those mixtape records and stuff, and they're fine on mixtapes. However, streaming and things like that do view those records a little bit differently, so it does end up becoming a risk unless you switch it up, right? You got to do something different. You basically have to do a good enough job to where people want to ask, like, yo, where'd you get that version of the beat, right? When everybody and their mama is on the whatever challenge, right? If it's So Far Gone, right? Y'all remember when everybody was like, oh yeah, let's do So Far Gone and blah 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 blah, you know what I mean? Like, everybody just rapped to the So Far Gone beat, like they just got the instrumental and did that. But like, you want to be the one person who does it different, right? Who takes the beat in a completely different direction, and has everybody going, yo, that one, like, all of a sudden you get all the accolades and yours gets to pay the other version homage while also still you know, maintaining being a part of that remix, you know, sort of situation. I feel like it's going a step further. That is what you would call, at least as an artist slash producer, going above and beyond. And I love doing that. What do you say? Sometimes I just want to rap on steel tipping, you know? I mean, I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. What was the Big L beat that I still wanted to do something to? I forgot which one. There was a Big L beat though that I've always liked, that I'm like, I still have yet to like rap on that shit, but like that, it's a classic. And I get it. I get it. But we got to figure out those ways to still be able to potentially, you know, monetize and not necessarily, I mean, like, sample is still gonna get you in the thing, man. So we ain't gonna get you around it, man. All right, let's jump back into the free line real quick. Should make a song where they're going, not really. We shall give you one, my friend, right here. We gonna give you more.
I'm a stone junkie with a monkey on my back. I try so hard, but I always relapse. Klonopin, Xanax, and Oxycontin. Got my stomach rotten, I'm not stopping. Chases down with a little bit of vodka. 20 minutes later, you know my head's nodding. I'm popping more pills than prescribed to get that high, you know why? I'm a motherfucking fiend just to get that lean. I rob a bodega, escape from the scene. To cop that herb, pop those pills. Lay back chillin', I feel so ill. And still, I'm one of the greatest. I spit a hot verse even though I'm wasted. Rehab, yeah, I thought about it, but it's Kid Ick and drugs, I'm all about it. Yes, I am. Let's get high.
Stone junkie, stone junkie. You are a stone junkie.
You know you're stone junkie. There's a lot of times you know that you're so lucky. No, let me go in there real quick. Hold up, man. Hold up. Okay, here we go. I want to hear you every day about the stereo. A lot of places the babies I love it. Never mind, I couldn't do it. Anyways, Big Salute, why did it feel like it just should be longer, right? You know, I felt like there was gonna be one more verse in there, right? You know, potentially a few features or whatnot, as it would or whatnot. I'm curious on if you only, just like production wise, only provided that much beat and then that's why it ended up being more freaking short, or was it the artist thing or whatnot, man? You know what I'm saying? We gotta blame somebody.
Like that one, fellas.
Pointing a finger. Who's pointing a finger?
Either way, still decent, you know, record or whatnot, right? We'll always basically talk about the same things of just like wanting to spend time with the artist, because in most occasions we only like, let's just assume this was a competition and you were performing on a show, right? You know, best artist wins type shit, right? It just seems like, unless that was a part of the rules, right, where your job is to do one verse to a chorus, right, and then see what you can do there. And then maybe by like the third round is when you're tasked with writing a full song, right? And like maybe I could see, but there's some records that just do feel like it should be a little bit more lengthy, unless you are thinking about just having that sort of like free open verse kind of situation. It really depends on what you're gonna try to do. Overall, still decent. Music video and or one of those lip sync sort of situations. I still gotta talk to my boy Midichlorian
Trino
about some videos from some artists.
I went to visit my sibling, she treat me like shit and no need to be tripping. Ain't even do shit on my feet like a gremlin. Everything's mine when I see it, I'm dipping. They left me behind, so I'm leaving, I'm dishing. With what I got, you should be independent. I've been in the spot, you niggas ain't in it. You need to get in it like me before you free the decision. I take opportunities, I never miss it. I'm rocking this jewelry, diamonds be glisten, diamonds be pouring, ice be dripping, ice be gorgeous like these women. You all of my force list, cars be renting on top of the porches, on top business. You niggas are orphans, mine now living, I'm a top, I'm recording. I'm always spitting, I'm a 5-flame spitter like a striped up tiger in a dark black widow. This not your song, this not your video no more. Cause nigga, I took it from you, let's go. Turn up, that's a left up for the show. Burn up, showing that I'm gonna blow. Stir up, you the pot on my stove. Serve up, give it all till it's gone. Trino, yeah. I went to visit my state when she treat me like shit and no need to be tripping. Ain't even do shit on my feet like a gremlin. Everything's mine when I see it, I'm dipping. They left me behind, so I'm leaving, I'm dishing. Well, what I got, you should be independent. I've been in the spot, you niggas ain't in it. Trino, yeah. I went to visit my sibling, she treat me like shit and no need to be tripping. Ain't even do shit on my feet like a gremlin. Everything's mine when I see it, I'm dipping. They left me behind, so I'm leaving, I'm ditching. Well, what I got, you should be independent. I've been in the spot, you niggas ain't in it. Trino.
What the hell am I gonna do when I'm all up in the corner? There's a lot of freaking time when I go to a freaking arcade, but I can't freaking do nothing without a quarter. And I don't know what the hell I just did with those syllables. People be like, bro, how the hell you lyrical freaking? I don't know. I don't even really know how I just freaking just spit the flow. When I'm in this shit, a lot of freaking people just freaking so weird. You can't just have a business with. Cause people like, take your money. They don't really know what to do. You're funny. There's a lot of freaking time when you're funky. You just need some deodorant. A lot of times you don't freaking leave right whenever you order rent. No. You need to freaking stay there. There's a lot of freaking time when they want you to sit down and freaking just shut the fuck up so you can go and lay there. What the hell did I say? I am just kind of weird and I'm sitting. People like, what the fuck, Dorky? You're just on this review show bullshitting. Nope. I am rapping. People like, man, what is happening? People also like Dorky's rapping things. I don't even know if I'm the rapping king or if I'm just asking. Anyway, big salute. He said, well, he was asking where you recorded it at, basically. Like, where do you have your mic set up? Because sometimes it just seems like, like everybody tries in different places. You go in the closet, you go in the bathroom, you go, record in the car, but you're right by the street or something like that, right? In case of Trino, right? I think it's still a case of him needing to get a proper, mic, and just really needing to go to the studio in most cases, right? So you can get that professional, clean sound. Overall, we're still able to see, what he's trying to put together. I'd say he's getting better at hopping on these records, with a little bit more, energy. I'm waiting for the full ramp up, right? That sort of like full on confidence, knowing you're the shit, and you basically getting in there with both in the form of, lyrics and how you're approaching the records. Every artist eventually hits that upgrade point where it's like, bro, I need a feature with you right now type shit or whatnot, right? And it's not just the beat and then kind of how you're rapping or something. Like, if you do it right, If you do it right, people will want you on their records, right? So you have to just make sure you really come with it. I usually say, like, you know, just think about it in the aspect of like when and if you were making a diss record, right? If you don't come at it there, people not only aren't going to believe what you're saying, but they won't even want to respond. You know what I'm saying? And it'll just be like, you know, type of situation. So you really do have to, you know, get into that, you know, just evolve like a Pokemon, man. You know what I mean? Evolve like a Pokemon, man. I don't even want to play my freaking first album stuff because I was technically trash, you know, back then or whatnot. My mixers weren't freaking there, you know. I punched in a lot freaking more. I did not like half of the stuff that I did, you know, especially in today's standards where I make sure that, you know, I'm cohesive with the record. I think about flow and everything all at once and really, you know, trying to just make sure that I'm actually having fun with it and not just, you know, randomly putting some shit together and whatnot. Even if you guys win a free feature, I do what I do as if you paid for it, man. I want to always give you your money's worth, and each artist, producer, same shit, man. We got to work for that. What did you think? So you gotta have that your mic, not for or your music, you know, saying not for everyone, and also not give a fuck about cornballs and stuff like that. And then you said, bro, when I was 16, you know, I could hardly order the drive through confidently, man. Damn, son. I mean, listen, that'll do it right there. You said closet comforter nailed into wall around the world and stuff like that, man. Listen, as long as you understand sound design and you know where, like, even when it comes to like where your studio monitor should be placed, right? It's like not everybody will understand sort of that because it bounces around the room in a certain way. So even when you're just listening to a record and really trying to mix it, you know, if you don't have it, you know, set up the right way, you're not going to hear it properly or whatnot. And that's crazy how like studio monitors do, you know, work in that way where it's like literally like blasting the sound in a very specific direction. But if you're not even you won't even know what I'm talking about if you don't go to a studio at least once, man. It is worth it. It is worth it. Again, I want to work out some kind of program or something like that where, you know, and if I was able to get sponsorships or something like that for it, it would be dope, because if I could like basically have every one of you guys find a studio that you think is well worth it in your area, right? Figure out the rates, figure out what they would charge, you know, you guys for, you know, recording, potentially mixing and mastering, you know, one song, whatever, man. Just know what the prices are, so that way if there's ever a scenario where I can put something like that on the wheel and like, you know, pay for your studio time or some shit, at the very least, like I want you guys to be able to have that experience of just like recording a song that you really like in a really good, you know, setting where you're gonna leave there and you're gonna hear your own vocals in the best way possible. And it's such a way where any other way that you record, you'll be chasing that same sound or whatnot, right? And you should literally, you know, hear yourself in that good state, and then from there really be able to be like, okay, so even if I'm gonna record myself, I have to make sure that it's that quality, otherwise, you know, what am I doing and stuff like that, right? If you ever need to sort of even just compare other people's quality, right? Think about the mixtapes versus the official albums that are in stores, right? You know when you're hearing something that can be immediately on the radio. If you handed something to a DJ, would they like you know, throw it back in your face type shit because people are throwing tomatoes at them for some reason because this mix ain't there or something. You just know. And eventually you do grow the ability to know what's dope, what's not, what needs more of what, so that, you know, you can catch those right you know, comments or whatnot. And there will be times where there will be certain people where you just won't know what they will think. You're just gonna have to like take that sort of, you know, first step in. If you ever do have a record that you know that the majority of people kind of like and rock with, you know, that record might be the one you need to really, you know, focus on when it comes to, you know, singles, videos, stuff like that. And or take that record, because some of you guys just make records, you don't make albums at all. Take that record and then make an album with it. Like literally be like, okay, well, let me make a few more songs like this. We'll do like an EP, see how that goes and how that does as a project. Well, you know, again, give yourself something easy to work with, and that way just show people that you're determined and that you have a little bit of a plan. Just songs, I feel like if too many artists get into that, you're all basically chasing a single feeling first, right? Not everything needs to be a single and shit like that. Sometimes we want to hear y'all bar it up and do something dope. But yes, we do need to know if you can do a single as well. But I feel like just overall, you know, testing out different genres, sounds, beats, all that good stuff. What do you say? Looking at my old work, thinking it was the shit, but then compare it to everyone else, it was ass. Compare it to, you know, I know though, that's what was crazy, man. It's like when you're out, like you just want to be a part of that zeitgeist and stuff, right? But then, you know, you try to like, again, at the same time as like a DMX was out and Jay-Z and freaking, you know what I'm saying? Just like everybody that came out, you got to understand, okay? Okay? You're cut from the cloth where like everybody had to be dope. Whether you produced or rapped, you had to be dope. There was no exception of anything else. You could not be whack. There literally was a time where there were no whack MCs or singers or anything. Like you had to really be able to sing for real. There wasn't even auto-tune like that. Zapp and Roger were pretty much the only ones at the time who took a different sound and was like, let's throw this kind of robotic thing on our voices. It wasn't auto-tune, right? But they did something that was still unique for the time, and it was only them, right? And you would take sort of, you know, this tube and put it in your mouth, and you actually had to play the melodies of what you were singing while you were singing it and recording it at the same time. So they were still working. People have to understand the differences of just like how music was different. It was also a time when songs were even longer. Like individual band members could get solos in that era. Then of course, as time went by, right, you know, you still have love for the producers out there with a Swiss Beats, with a Dre, with a you know, RZA, you know, doing things for pretty much, you know, years. With you know, Ye eventually came out. You know, we can keep going down that pipeline, but just every artist that was out, from Bone Thugs to, you know, NWA to I mean, I could just go down a list and then we'll be here forever though. But everybody in the 90s and, you know, I'll say a good chunk of 2000s, right? At some point, right, when it starts feeling like artists are starting to copy each other a little bit, I think that's where it started to feel like it went downhill, whatnot. There was like a decline of a few different things of like substance, and it became more about like, let's make a dance to a slight catchy song. The bars didn't matter at a certain point, and it just started to become about the single. you know, you just started to see eventually things just start to dwindle a little bit here and there or whatnot. Then there were the fake it till you make it sort of like artists or whatnot, which was like, let's rent things but act like we bought them, you know, and make it look like we have money. And, you know, social media sort of like threw a whole nother, you know, level into that. Meanwhile, I think the whole time you still had people who love to bar it up, people who still wanted to really rap and have substance that, you know, just might have not been promoted, you know, with all the bigger labels like Ruckus that might have, you know, went out. It was just a different phase of music, and I think the industry tried to focus more on money. Like, okay, what's popular? What is going to make us more money in the long run versus us investing in an artist with our money and then them not making that money back potentially. You know, what's the middle ground? What is the middle ground? I can almost guarantee, man, like, I can't wait for Coast Contra and Norman Sands to actually, like, just get a good deal. To get a good deal that brings them into the forefront even more or whatnot. Because right now, we know who they are, right? We know who they are without them having, you know, a label and backing and all that freaking stuff or whatnot. But there are probably still other people out there in the world who don't, and they need to see them on a whatever, Jay Leno or you know, whatever kind of talk show and stuff like that. What do you say? We need to hear more drums too. Many people using the same drums. The TR-808, man. Hey, big salute, man. Record Child, he's another artist who will come to the show from time to time. And what he loves to do that is actually dope is after he makes a record, even if it's with somebody else, he'll sort of like find moments in the actual record to bring those kind of extra drums in. So it'll feel like, you know, somebody's playing the drums in that certain section. And it just adds so much freaking flavor. You're 100% right. About like wanting to hear something a little bit different or whatnot, right? It's just making sure that people can hear something fresh and new. It's all right to be nostalgic as well, but to take something that people know into a different lane. Let me play one thing for you guys real quick before I move back into the thing. When I do love these conversations. But what I loved about this, right? JQX, if you've heard of him, if you know, man. He makes nothing but hits. If there's not a record I haven't heard from him that's like, you should sync license that should be out there, that should be on the radio, that should be this, that should be that. But what I love about this record is he made me realize how much you could really rap for real and make something that, like, if people weren't listening, they just take it as, you know, a typical, like, you know, dance or party record. But if you listen to the words, whole song is about him quitting his job, right? And I absolutely love that you could make something like this. It could really feel like it could be a single, and like, why hasn't it gone viral? Any other artist would hear this beat, by the way, and they just make a straight up dance song. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't wanna work today. Feels like the perfect day. Somebody getting hurt today. And it's the first today. Gotta pay my rent. I don't need just a hits 2 cents. Fuck it, all my money spent. I'ma still tell my boss I quit. Fuck it. Yeah, I'm in public. Contemplating like it's nothing. Walk the world like I'm rich. Really, I ain't got shit. Yeah, but I'ma make it, baby. Catch my last check, won't save it, baby. I'ma look at my boss like this. Won't flinch. Tell him fuck this shit. I quit. Fucking quit. I quit. Fuck this shit. I quit. Fuck this shit. I quit. I fucking quit. Fuck this shit. I quit. Boss looking at me like.
Again, I ain't gonna play the full song, but again, I love just to show that as a sample and an example of what you can shoot. Like, again, that can be a single. It's catchy, you know. It's also something that obviously he'd have to make an edited version for radio, man, because he'd be fuck this shit out, you know. But I'm saying that record, I feel like I need to get on him about like doing whatever he can to really push the crap out of that freaking record, right? Like it feels like something that can easily go viral for the aspect of, again, if people quit their job to this freaking song, like whether you actually you can just put together a video where you just like are putting your stuff in a box and like walking out the door to the beat or some shit like that, you know, that's fine, right? But if let's just say like a job or a company is going out of business or whatnot, right? And y'all can do the conga line out the store to this song, right? And fuck this shit, I quit or whatnot, right? You can make a whole skit out of it if you want. But overall, like I feel like it could easily go viral for people who are actually gonna quit their job and they want to like bring a stereo to the job, right, for the day that they're gonna do it, and then just to play it as they're walking out the door like that or whatnot, right? It'll be something that just a lot of people will, you know, it will, right? Because we had that one moment where I forgot about the few moments where, like, you know, things were so viral that like people at their jobs, you know, kept doing a certain skit. I know one of them was ever since Kendrick did the Super Bowl show, everybody was doing the walk thing or whatnot. But nah, like you could have people kind of doing something I think interesting with that. You know what I'm saying? You said he's akin to an industry plant. You know what I'm saying? In my mind. What are we talking about? Okay, so Playboy Cardi right quick, right? There are certain artists in the industry, I'll just say, I don't really feel like there's necessarily a talent there, right? At least from what we've heard, what we're presented with. You know, quite literally, the reaction that Will Smith gave when, what's his name, tried to show him some Playboy Cardi. That's the same reaction a lot of us had. Like, what did you say? If we can't understand a lot of the words that you are saying as an artist, I feel like there's a problem there, right? If you're speaking a different language, that's one thing, right? Because we can still feel a Spanish record, an Afrobeat record, any record that's in a different language, we can still feel the overall aura of what it's trying to do. However, when you get on a record and if you're rapping or singing and you are speaking complete English and we still cannot understand half of what you're saying, I do think that there is a problem there, both with the artist as well as the producer and or engineer, because if you work together, you can make sure that we do hear everything. And I don't want a generation of people to let artists have a pass, because I get it, right? There are some people who literally, like, quite literally, what was explained to me by another artist in the community was that, the reason, like, because there was a record that they had sent to the show, right? And they sounded completely fine throughout, like, maybe 8 bars of the record, and I was like, oh, I can actually hear you right here, like what's going on with that? And it was dope. And then all of a sudden he started to sort of slide down, a little bit. As the song went on, you just started slowly not being able to understand what he said. And then I said, what the heck happened there? It felt like you took like a drug or something like that. And then as it started kicking in, that basically, you started experiencing the freaking drug. And he said, you're right. That's exactly what freaking happened and whatnot. And I'm like, this is the freaking problem, right? If nobody stops an artist from kind of like, do what you want. But like, we need to hold artists accountable to making sure that they're making stuff that can, really last or whatnot. Because I feel like some things are a little bit temporary, and we do want to see your skill. We want to see if you can really get in there. Potentially, if you are a melodic artist and stuff, like even if you use a bunch of auto-tune on the records, like we still want to see that Tiny Desk scenario with you actually, performing and singing it with minimal, aspect, no auto-tune. And then for the rappers out there, once again, your words are important. You want entire crowds to know exactly every word of what you're saying so you can stop rapping and then hold the mic out for the people to freaking, you know, say that shit. How embarrassing will it be when they don't know the words and you try to do that? You know, we gonna be humming some shit because that's basically what we will hear you doing essentially. And for me, again, as Will Smith said, he said, I listen to lyrics. He said, I like, you know, lyricists basically or whatnot, right? Artists who have something to say. And so if you're more concerned with the vibe than actually, you know, giving people something to feel, you got to make people feel like it's their theme song and not just like a random moment or whatnot. Anyways, everybody has their own vibe. Let me see what you guys were saying in the chat.
Ay, 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 ay.
Yeah. And then what did you say? So you said, I think Sweatsuit was saying he's unoriginal and attached himself to trendy moments rather than create his own style. And then West Chen said, you know what I'm saying, Cardi is brilliant, kinda, because he has pushed a new sound, but it has no meaning, so it won't mean much in the next 20, 30 years and stuff like that, man. I mean, to say someone is brilliant because they created a new style, that doesn't mean anything, because I don't think, again, we cannot give them, you know, accolades, because it's not necessarily new, right? Mumble rap has always been there. Right? As I said, if we can't understand it, there's an aspect of like there's no skill. There is absolutely no skill in, you know, trying to go in and again, even this era, despite Playboy Cardi, let's forget about him, right? The aspect of what I still hear some of you guys do from time to time in terms of the punching in continuously, like almost every bar, or freestyling the whole thing and not really allowing yourself to sit down and write your records, memorize it, like really perform it, right? That is at least the professional way that I've always, you know, been taught and have been impressed. Anytime I can see an artist sit down and perform their song, you know, front to back, I am always completely impressed. It makes me want to go then see that artist live or whatnot. But when I hear on a record where it's like punching after punching, here, there, it's like literally I can tell that's how the song is put together, and it's not a strategic, I've written everything down and I'm a punch in with it all. Like, I don't feel like that's what y'all do. Y'all will let me get on here, say the first line, stop. What am I gonna say next? All right, let me come in with this. Stop, like, go back in, perform it, make sure that it's comprehensible. And at the end of the day, look, I'll give you guys this thought, right? The end of the day, the true way to really test if you are a dope artist is to take the beat off. Take the beat off completely. What does the acapella sound like? Is there still a song there? Even more, if you're on a feature, if you are in a cypher, and if there could be 3 or 4 artists on a song and you're one of them, right? If any of the artists are taken off and you're left on, and again, vice versa for everybody on that record, the record should still be dope if it's just one of you. That's how dope every one of us have to be in order for like everyone to really, you know, have that resonance. Even then, we're not gonna win everybody, man, right? In the midst of the Kendrick Drake battle, you're gonna have people who are like, Drake is trash, and you're gonna have people who are like, Kendrick is trash. You're also gonna have people who are like, Jay-Z is not on my top, Eminem is not on my top. Freaking, like, we're in a different freaking era where just everyone has a different opinion about like what the GOAT should look like, what their Mount Rushmore of the best artists in any genre, should be or whatnot. But all you can do is try to do your best, really try to compete with everyone, right? Like literally thinking about, am I making the same record that this artist made, or am I pushing the boundary a little bit more in a good way, not in a way that it feels like the industry continues to be dumbed down. Again, if we stop thinking about the lyrics and we have to start thinking about dances, we lose. If we have to stop we stop doing shit professionally suddenly, like, no, we have to give people their money's worth. We're competing with AI. You know that, right? Like, now we are competing with AI. There will be a point where people are like, I'm sick of listening to the same shit from these artists. Let me make my own song via AI, or let me just listen to AI artists because they feel like they mimic good records, right? That's the problem. We have to show people how much we're willing to work and be the dopest that we can. If we have that spotlight at all, we know it can be gone in a second. Someone can decide they don't like you for whatever reason, make a post about it. Other people can completely agree, and you can feel like it's over. You know what I mean? It really depends on what you do, how you market yourself. I think, you do got to block out the noise to a certain extent as well. But at the same time, if the criticism is you can do better, I don't think that's a bad thing. There was a point where many of the artists that we, mentioned throughout the course of these, we'll just call it a podcast for the moment. Many of the artists that we mentioned, like, they were the best. They were the greatest. Everybody had their moment in time. Ja Rule, freaking DMX, Jay-Z, Bone Thugs, freaking, we'll go with whole camps. No Limit, Cash Money, Death Row, So Def. Like, when you think about all of the different people that they had under them and that came behind it, how great these songs were, how good they were as an artist, right? Like, they had to be consistent with being good, not just doing whatever, right? And it was worth buying the album to see what they were, gonna do or whatnot. The beats were dope. How they rapped were dope. It's only if you phone it in and you're not really trying to make your best that it sort of feels like it falls off or whatnot. Oh man, Wu-Tang, I remember buying Wu-Tang Forever, and just being like, man, a double album. You know what I'm saying? All these songs, them going, ham. It was a classic. And it was also the first album that I used as a basis to really learn how to rap. You know what I'm saying? I was heavily just involved in just that around that time. I think Eminem came out around the end of that year, in terms of the Slim Shady EP or LP. And that was also a classic, man. Just so much, dopeness. But what do you say? It's that early Busta Rhymes. Man. Busta has had some of the best beats in the business. I don't think he gets enough credit for that. I don't think Busta Rhymes gets credit for having some of the best beats in the business. I went back to a few of his albums and I was like, bro, I gotta do a reaction to all of these damn freaking songs or whatnot. Cause it ain't safe no more, man. It ain't safe no more. And some of the beats that he had on that, man, I was like, bro, what is happening, man? And I appreciate his consistency as well. He said that's your twisted genre. See, Busta Rhymes is different. Busta Rhymes, see, this is what people don't get, right? We can have a few different artists who yell at the top of their lungs and they all still sound different. Sticky Fingers had a very, Sticky Fingers I still feel like is better than 6ix9ine, right? 6ix9ine always felt like he was Sticky Fingers, but if Sticky Fingers kind of yelled a little bit. DMX, right? We'll go right back to him. Mystical, Busta Rhymes, right? Having that sort of you know, let me be a little hype in here and getting it in. They all have a completely different sound and style that you just, you know and love. When you go to some of the best records, it just is apparent how much energy that they were able to bring to the table and stuff like that did matter. He said, I just have to turn up music, that's all. Oh yeah, man. Yeah, they gotta make it a requirement to like actually spit for real on the beats again. You can't like, you literally have to call everything as that is actually that, man. You know, if an artist actually tries, you know, give them the accolades. Give them the accolades for taking that time, coming up with the bars. Anyone who can rap fast too, I don't care what y'all say. Anybody who can rap fast, keep the syllables, not fall off the freaking beat, and actually still say something is dope as hell. You have to understand how hard that is, right? Not everybody can do it. Yes, there are some that will just sound like they're saying random words really fast, right? Those ones we're not talking about, but the ones who have that skill where like you can still hear what they're saying, they're rapping really fast, the syllables, you know what I'm saying, are killing it, and what they're talking about is freaking dope. When you get in that mode, it feels, you know, doper than anything. Oh, Twista was another. Twista's Adrenaline Rush, you know, I think that, so it was Twista's Adrenaline Rush, Wu-Tang Forever, and 3-6 Mafia's, what is it? A chapter World Domination. Chapter something World Domination. Hold on. 3-6 Mafia. Actually, let me just Google.
What album was Tear the Club
Up on? All right, we'll get back into the submissions that we can in just a moment. Let's see. Tear the Club. Chapter 2 World Domination. There we go. Was there actually a Chapter 1 World Domination, or did they just call it that? Because that was my introduction. That was my introduction to 3-6. It was right when tear the club up, nigga, tear the club up. And I was like, ah, shit. Who are they? You know what I mean? And then immediately, see, that's, again, you guys, I think you guys would appreciate just that era of living in it, but then also the music that had came out or whatnot, because we embraced everything. Anytime I liked one artist, you know, if it was 3-6 Mafia, anybody that came under them, we fucked with too. Project Pat, right? Kupstanika, La Chat, you know what I mean? When it was, you know, No Limit, everybody under that camp, you know, and for at least until a certain, you know, time or whatnot. I think we fell out a little bit when like Lil Romeo started popping a little bit more. When there was a new era of No Limit that I don't think we really tapped into like that. But when it was Mystical, Fiend, Mia X, Soulja Slim was there at one point, Snoop Dogg was there at one point, Mercedes, you know, Skullduggery, Big Ed, Mac. We could go down the damn list. Kanan Nabel was willing. Anyways, R.I.P. Coop, man. Yep. I'm saying. Scarecrow, man, and Boo. What are we talking about here? It's crazy. Anyways, the point is, we embraced everybody in the camps. We checked them all out. I remember this, okay? Rough Riders, it was DMX. They always have the main squad and then the people that they bring under that, right? So with Rough Riders, it was, you know, DMX, followed by The Lux, Eve, and Dragon, and then they brought you know, a few unders under that. I do forget their name, and then that is my apology or whatnot. I think with Dipset, right? Cameron was essentially a solo artist, and he rocked with Mace for a bit. Then when he finally got his own thing with the Diplomats, with him, Jim Jones, and Joel Santana, then they brought on Hellrail and J.R. Ryder and Freaky Zeke and SOS. They were a UK group that, again, see, y'all be dope with y'all system down. Who else was there? I mean, we could talk about the trickle down of like Cash Money and then to Young Money, or who else did like offshoots of their things? I guess Aftermath and then Shady Aftermath and everybody that M sort of like had under him and shit like that. Crazy to think he had Conway the Machine, you know what I'm saying, for a bit. That's crazy. Is he still signed to Shady Aftermath, or what's up with that, man? And you said nah. You said Wayne was Cash Money and so like that. Right? You rhyme each syllable of your bar with the previous one. Hold on, let me go up a little bit. Let me go up a little bit. Motherfucker, if you don't listen. Let me see, how do you rap with multiple syllables, right? So like, think about, like, okay, do it like this, right? So if you were to go supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, right? Literally the next lines should be anything that rhymes with the same syllables as that. You know what I'm saying? Stupid salad, stab a bitch with, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to figure out the words that'll go within there and then still continue to rhyme throughout the ways of the, syllables or whatnot, right? And then, to a certain extent, right? Keeping it going while also making sure you're not keeping it, super simple with what you do, right? That's where you don't want to be too lyrical, and yet you don't want to be super simple as well, or whatnot. Because too lyrical, they put you in the spiritual lyrical miracle, sort of thing. And then when you go too simple, they just really just say you got no bars. And then, you know what I'm saying? You rhymed rhyme with rhyme, something like that. Or you rhymed mall with ball, right? Which, again, if we've heard it before, this is why it's important to sit down and write. Because you can't. It's fun. It's fun as shit. Understand this. It is fun to write. It is fun to, I'm going to make a t-shirt so y'all can take it home. It is really fun to write because you can think about those syllables in any section of the song. Keep it going for, however long you want, and think about the dope shit that you can say to it. When you're thinking about the theme of the beat or even the song, you have so much time to figure out the best ways to come at each line, and you can analyze everything that you've heard other artists, say before or whatnot, right? And you can go, all right, I don't want to say that because this artist has already said it or whatnot. If it sounds too simple, or like, it's just, you know what I mean? Like, always think about the end result of like, what other people listening to you are going to think about each line that you say, right? If you're good enough, you'll be able to, I'm saying, hit those pockets within the beat, make sure that you're, kind of saying the right line or whatnot. It'll get in there. Yeah, Wayne was dope. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And so like Tupac too. Yeah, man, there was somebody that was not giving Tupac their love in a post once, man. I had to like, they said, I think they had said something like, he only had like one hit or some shit like that. I had to be like, bro, what are you talking about? I said, that shows that you're biased. I said, that right there shows that you're biased and that you only liked one of his songs. But there were so many records counting all the way back to Brenda Had a Baby, shit he did with Digital Underground, you know what I'm saying? And then when you go to the solo records, each era right, had a version of Pac that was dope or whatnot. Yes, it was short-lived and he did not get to live long enough, but if I recall, Pac was the only artist, right? He was the only one that people were like, damn, like he still got albums coming out, because they kept everything that he did and made sure to, you know, get people to produce some things over the vocals and, you know, continue to push everything that he did. So you would still have, you know, more Pac albums for like the longest time. Everybody else, right? You know what I'm saying? You can hope that they're, you know, doing that much freaking content or whatnot. But again, he had a work ethic like no other. He was a poet, and he was willing to change, right? Made songs both for the hood and for people to get out the hood. That's important, right? When you can be real, when you can make a song just like really what you went through as a kid, about your mom, when you can make a record about how people need to change, and like, I wonder if heaven got a ghetto and stuff like, you know what I mean? Like, he was something, and he's not even my favorite rapper. You need to understand this. That's how inspirational Pac was. He was an artist who definitely stood for something, stood on his business and shit, you know, pretty much, man. You know what I'm saying? If you needed him, he had your back, you know what I'm saying, from what I you know, always could see and hear. But like, man, I mean, like, he would have definitely been an example to really live by if he was, you know, still alive or whatnot, man. And I do think that Biggie as well just had, you know, so much you know, flavor in what he was doing. Had 2 records, and again, I'm out here on the West Coast, right? And so I absolutely loved going back to Cali, and there was one other record that he had that was, you know, very West Coast vibe. The Biggie, can't you see? Sometimes the words that hypnotize me. You know what I mean? Hypnotized, man. Like, those 2 records right there, I'm saying, we absolutely loved, you know, out here on the West Coast or whatnot. But again, short-lived, because around the time when he sort of like passes, we're hearing, you know, that shit. And again, how it felt in the air when both Biggie and Pac died, like, it was definitely a rough time, you know, for all sides. Again, think about how that felt for me, who like loved both, right? I loved both Pac and Big, and I had a love for both the East and the West Coast. There was never like a, like, oh no, I'm a beef with them too and shit. Like, it was not like that. I think Snoop will always say that freaking as well. Like, we always had a love for, you know, for New York, you know, rap, and it's what always kept, you know, some of them like really going in there and still trying to like really rap and not just, you know, keeping it like too simple. Anyways, big freaking salute, man. Always good to have conversations with y'all. We could talk for hours about this shit, man. Shout out to freaking hip hop. Shout out to hip hop and just the legacies that, you know, they've been able to stand forth or whatnot, man. Always remember the artists that came before you. You know, I do wish, like I said, there should be classes, and in a way, BET used to actually have classes. Like, when you really think about it, all right? I'm a kid at this time watching BET, Rap City, The Basement, right? 106 in Park, different things like that. It was all hip hop. They're always interviewing hip hop artists, what the culture is about. They would bring the artists on and have, these are my favorite 100 videos of all time type shit, right? And it was important to have that. It's important to know the artists that your favorite artists like, as well as what they respected, even if they were from a different era, and you pass that shit down. So for us, we've always still had that embracement and love for the culture and artists who came before. There was never a, like, suddenly you just say F Tupac, or like, you know, like, if artists from the past are hating on artists from the future, it's because you're not doing the same amount of work. That's it. It's that they still want to be able to hear the substance, the actual bars, something that gets them excited to listen to it, not just something that can be on in the background and, you know, just kind of there. I get it, right? I get literally. And then on the other side, to be criticized at all, you know, and just to told that what you're doing is a waste of time, I know that has to feel some type of way or whatnot. But all it is saying is, you know, for a lot of artists to push themselves to be better. I've wanted that for a Soulja Boy for freaking so long or whatnot. I always felt like it's more of the drama that he would cause. Same thing with 6ix9ine. I never felt like they were the best rappers, right? They never got in there with the bars, you know, in that way or whatnot. It's just more about, you know, sort of like what they're saying about other people at the time, you know. But anyways, man. Anyway, friend, I don't know what the heck. There's another time where I show you the respect. Or I show you the respect. And he said, I'm only 15, man. Hey, listen. So these conversations are important, right? Your opinion matters as well. Your opinion matters, right? Because you're the younger crowd. We do want to know everything that you do think. And, you know, by all means, have your own opinion about things, but also take that time to, like, what I would do is your own reactions to some of the artists that you might have not got to check out. So if it's a recommended, you know, best artist of, you know, the 90s, this and that or whatnot, if there are artists that you haven't got to check out, their classic albums, do your own reactions, right? Like, record yourself kind of like watching the videos, listening to the songs, really, and take yourself on a journey of just really trying to find out, you know, if the hype was really there. What were the best albums from Pac or Bone Thugs or whoever it might be? Like, literally choose anyone. Who are some of the artists that you not necessarily got to check out? And again, we kind of need to do the same thing. Try to find what are the decent records from all those artists that we don't necessarily, you know, rock with. And if there are none, but at least we take that chance to go and listen, you know, through stuff. You know, for people on both sides, you know, we always love a reaction that does kind of contrast with our own thoughts sometimes, right? So again, if it is a good artist, but you might not like a certain song or whatnot, we're still gonna go in the comments and put our 2 cents, like, nah, because, you know what I mean? And vice versa. Either way, tell the truth. And then just be honest about, you know, those that you like and don't like. But it does matter. And he said, I grew up, you know what I'm saying, with 3 6 Mafia and shit like that. So that's not bad. He said, I didn't listen to most of all the artists. So then what are we talking about? You know, back then and now. So then you good, man. You cultured. As long as you know it. There are some people who don't know and they just, oh nah, man, they overrated and shit. Like, man, listen. Everybody listens to music for a different reason. I get that. There are certain people who they don't mind something that's just a vibe, where the lyrics don't necessarily need to be the best and matter, right? We do come from a different generation where that was never a thing. Like, the words had to always matter. That's how we sing it back to you in the crowd and stuff. And like, that's the only kind of freaking difference of just like some people, you know, both the artists and some of the listeners don't mind just the vibe, you know, that is there. But, you know, if they start hearing other artists actually being artists, right? The more that you hear it, the more you're inspired to want to do it, man. That's how it always was, which is why I keep saying, show yourselves in the studio, show yourselves at live performances, show people actually doing stuff. I mean, we'll show show you being an artist pretty much or whatnot. So other people get inspired to want to do the same thing. That's also what a studio is good for as well. When you can get footage while you're actually recording the record, that's an easy music video or something for a documentary of the record or album or something like that. Like literally, as I said, start thinking of ways to maximize and make this worth it for the consumer, right? We have to start, like, streaming is not enough. We have to eventually come to that realization. Streaming is not enough. We can stream, get to 100 million, 100,000, something freaking like that, and then still not ever feel like we've made enough, right? Like $500, you know, is yeah. It's good for a moment, but that's what, half a month's freaking rent. That's it. We want to get to, like, how can I make $1 million with this freaking shit, right? You know, half of that is really building and doing your own marketing work in that beginning stage or whatnot, though. You know, and making sure, like I said, couple your songs with merch. And I always tell artists to do the extended version of their songs, right? And then put those extended versions behind paywalls, right? For some of you guys who like doing the 2-minute, 1-minute records, like I'm saying, do a version that's a little longer, put it behind any of the sites that you really want to get people to, or couple that version with some physical merch, something signed that you can send out to people who really do donate or buy in that way. Literally, if all you ever have to do is build it into whatever the price is, right? Price how much it is for whatever the piece of merch is, if it's a t-shirt, if it's a hoodie, something like that. And then you know, in between that, again, how much you would make profit with, if there's a signed sort of like CD or something like that you want to be able to send out with it, and then how much it does cost to send. Just factor those into the prices. Let people know that the version of the album that they'll get is, you know, they get extra features, extra verses. The beat changes up. You know, maybe you get a whole different beat than what it was on the original one or whatnot. This one's produced by so-and-so. I don't know. But all of those things will work. And then if you haven't been here in the streams where I've pretty much said, you know, the best thing you guys could also do right now is, you know, literally sell tickets to a studio session of one of your new albums, you know, type of thing or whatnot. It's up to you whether you want to do a listening party in that way, where they come to the studio, y'all listen to it in the studio type of freaking thing, or you don't record the album yet and you record it for the first time that day, when you sell tickets that pays for the studio time, the food, money in your pocket. They get to be maybe a part of the album. It's one of the best things that I could just see coming up in the future. I'm gonna keep giving that out until somebody does it or whatnot. Like, I ain't even trying to steal that right now. I'm trying to let y'all freaking have it because it is something that I do think can go viral or whatnot, right? You just got to create that momentum, that want to actually do it. Try to get a place where that's that people can go, you know, and actually be there. And then be sure to film it too professionally. Have somebody there to both take pictures as well as, you know, make it a little bit of a documentary kind of situation. Not necessarily a documentary, but you know what I mean? Like, it's full content. That's something you can put. You can even put that behind a paywall and shit. Like, oh shit, we get to look at the experience of you know, him performing the record and everybody getting on. That's up to you though. Yep. And he said that mode, he did, you know what I'm saying? Time flies, man. Let me see, sell. That's all like traditional art as well. Yeah, see, that's dope. If you do, man, if y'all could draw, come on, bruh. Come on, bruh. once again, another, like when I talked about AI a little bit earlier, we didn't even go into the whole usual conversation of like why people even fight against AI, right? It's important to have as well. We love music. We love real music. We love real artists. We like real producers and real singers and real rappers. If any of those elements are not real and they are fake, we start to get taken out of the reality of the record. So the beat may be nice, but if the artist ain't real, suddenly the art is there. They don't have a soul because we can't tell the artist, yo, your shit was dope. We can't interview them. We can't shake their hand, right? Producer, same shit. Like you can't feel dope about making a beat that you didn't necessarily make if the AI did most of the work. If it comes up with the drum pattern or if it comes up with the melody, again, that's a lot that you didn't necessarily think of yourself or whatnot. The whole aspect of music and like why we've loved the talent that we've seen other people be able to do, like a Jimi Hendrix, is because they can do it. They sit down and they're able to write their own stuff. Yes, there are other people who will sometimes write for some of those bigger artists, right? We ain't even that's still a talent, okay? When it's a real person doing it, there's still some talent within there. And I think the thing that most AI, the people who like try to come up with entire records in AI, what they'll eventually realize is they still don't know how to actually make a hit song, because they'll be tested when somebody brings them to a studio and they don't have access to AI, right? If that's the rule of like, no, we using all real shit and you got to come up with the song from your mind, suddenly they'll be thrust into being an actual artist for the very first time. That is what I'm excited to see happen for a lot of them or whatnot. But it does feel some type of way being a part of, you know, we're always like fighting tooth and nail for the chump change that Spotify tends to give us, and having AI a part of that kind of freaking sucks, man. They're like literally taking a part of that that thing. That AI can't think of shit like us. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know what? But it analyzes. This is the problem with it. Like, and I love it because, you know, when utilized right, it does like try its best. It tries its best to be, you know, a little bit more human. Have you ever talked to Chat GPT? Right? Have you ever talked to Chat GPT but with its voice? Like, it sounds like it's a real freaking person, like actually trying to talk to you. It has little laughs and quirks freaking and shit within there, and it will, you know, go in and try to answer the questions in a way, and you can literally be like, explain this to me in dummy terms, or and it'll literally try to, you know, figure out that way. So there are aspects of AI that are freaking cool, but when it comes to music creation, this is something that a lot of us make money off of. We want to make a living doing it. And where is there a future with AI when there is no body, there's no let me perform here? Even if you made an AI hologram, are people gonna go see that? How much are you gonna pay to go see an AI hologram that's not Tupac, by the way? Like, people would have done that. But it was at least still his real music, okay? Understand that. But if there's an AI artist and they're a hologram, are you gonna pay to see that? On top of that, do we really interview the AI? How entertaining is that freaking at all? I don't know. But it feels, there's always this part of me that feels like in any aspect where an AI was used, a human could have also been used. You used AI for a beat when you could have hit up a producer. You used AI for an artist when you could have hit up an artist. Somebody else could have been exposed in a good way. But instead AI is, and there's a lot of aspects like you can't copyright AI, at least right now for what I know. Not that seen. I mean, they have certain licenses that allow you to sell it, but copyrighting it, that's a whole different thing. What do you say? Lyrics are always slightly corny. Oh, I agree. Going home to the stage. We're gonna play every day with the foam in a cage. And it's like always the same artist, which is weird. Why do people use it if there's always a bunch? So if you're a fan of a digital artist, we're gonna have to rumble, man. Oh shit. I mean, listen. I'll say this, right? We'll end the conversation like this. When it came to AI, if you use it creatively, I think certain people won't mind it, right? If you are a real artist and then you do a song, like we saw an artist make a song where they were battling an AI. That was dope. Because there's a real artist and then there's an AI. And the AI knows it's an AI, so it's gonna have AI-centric like bars and shit like that, and bars that relate to it being an AI. And then the human artist is, well, I'm a human and you know what I mean? And I love that because it comes at it from both ways. It literally talks about both sides of the coin when it comes to this AI freaking shit, while also, letting AI do its thing, and I feel like that was probably the best use next to Beanie Siegel kind of using it to get back his older voice, which again, he lost his voice, as of recently. He's still able to rap, but so he gets on, records it, and then we'll put it through the voice changer thing to sound like his old. Let me see. And what about the baby and so that? What are we talking about? The baby flow is always real elementary. And then what about the baby? Is the baby AI? Don't tell me the baby is AI, bro. He said if you're in some AI artists, merge. I'm gonna want a fair one. Let me see. Feel like I was just 12. Time flies. You know what I'm saying? Man, listen. You gotta be what you gotta be. And see, there's a line. And then swear you I can cook you a beat. Make that happen. But I like that artist that was fully AI, that was signed to a label. Yeah, man, it's the mood. When what's crazy is that people gave Timbaland more slack. They almost forgot about that other artists, but then they gave like Timbaland slack when he was talking about signing an AI artist. I think it was because it seemed like, bro, there are so many artists that you can develop right now, and you're choosing to go with some AI shit. What are you doing? I get it. I get that too. Even more, the Timberland. Still don't know how I feel about him being in support of Suno, just because, like, bro, I look up to you for what you have been able to do and what you've been able to come up with. If you're saying that you no longer have good ideas, whether they're good new ideas or good ideas for some of your old shit that you didn't release, that's one thing. You got to open up and say that. However, once a great, always a great, in my opinion. So we still want to see, what would you do? Remix an Aaliyah album or something like that. What would you pull together for, you know, some new Aaliyah shit, some new Missy, right? We still want to see what you're able to do in terms of stuff. Why am I talking to Timberland directly and stuff like that? Listen, Tim, we love you, okay?
Timberland, we love you, but you did no business up all the shit.
Let me stop. Today wants the bag. He's being an asshole right now, man. Listen, the reality is some artists aren't making as much money as we think they are. Some art, like, y'all gotta watch out for that. Always remember, always think with the aspect of sometimes when you would watch music videos, the cars, the chains, everybody that was in the video, they didn't know any of them, right? None of them were actually owned by them. Some rappers actually took the money that they made and then would eventually buy those things. But there's a lot that even goes into that, right? Some of the finesse, like Lupe Fiasco went over the entire, you know, thing before or whatnot. But he said, like, when you would buy certain sports cars or like a Rolex or something like that, you know, eventually when it breaks, it costs lots of money to go and fix it. Like thousands upon, like 20,000, 30,000, 50,000, 100,000 just to fix something small on some of those bigger, you know, aspects or whatnot. And like, to a certain extent, you know, you sort of see, you're thinking, I mean, it's an expensive item, so, you know, of course it's going to be a little bit more expensive. At the same time, you know, you do realize you're getting finessed a little bit at that point or whatnot, because some things are made to break down, so you will go back and give them more money. And so that kind of, you know, sucks. You got to be smart with what you do, what you buy, and know that it can all be gone tomorrow or whatnot, man. You know what I'm saying? I always appreciate every single time that I go live. I'm honored when I get to see you guys at all. Any amount of you know, artists, producers, people who love music. You guys are some of the best people. You've been throughout other review shows, you know, potentially as well. And like, there's some great shows out there. So it's an honor when you guys even stop by, you know, over here. Anytime you guys can decide just never to freaking pop up and zero, right? Not to tap in. And so I am very humble every single time that, you know, we're live and we're doing the show. And again, even now with y'all, that we've been talking for almost a freaking hour, bro. I'm honored y'all even let me, you know, do that. But like, we're creating a little bit of a dialogue. I'm gonna have to chunk this whole section off. Man. What do you say? Put you something that should crush independent artists, you know what I'm saying? Chance of making it sustainable. No, you said not Timberland needs to quit if he's gonna keep be it a dick or whatnot, and put it with something that should, I mean, no, you're right though. Listen, man, again, when we get back into that AI conversation, we are tired of this damn thing, aren't we? But like, nah, man. But nah, when we get back into AI, it's too, it takes away your ability to truly grow. Right? Think about anything out there, any video game, anything in freaking life or whatnot. You got better at it because you did it over and over again. You rode a bike. At first you fell a bunch of freaking times and shit like that. So you had to get training wheels, and then you eventually took those training wheels off and you knew how to ride it. And then you were a perfect, and then you were standing up when you were doing it. Then you were doing wheelies. You know what I'm saying? But if you had AI to do everything for you, if all of a sudden that bike was automatic and it just goes on itself, you never learn how to ride that damn bike. You just always use the automatic shit. So it's a little bit of the same thing. It's like, you want to not use it because you want that ability to learn first. You want to know how much skill that you actually have yourself when it comes to writing, when it comes to putting together your own songs or other songs for other people and different things like that. Painting, drawing, whatever it is, you know, people go to school for certain shit. Imagine going to school to learn how to draw something only to find out there's somebody right next to you who thought of what you did and then put it in AI so that it could be some shit, man. Like, it's different. It's different. I think if we show the humanity behind everything, people will want to embrace that or whatnot. Having more contests, for example, right? Having more contests with, like, you know, you really being able to write your own shit, come up with you know, everything as much yourself and make the best record in a certain concept. You know, it's really just like testing a lot of people out, but you know, it's an integrity thing too. There's nothing to stop any of you guys out there from using AI in any aspect, but that is the problem, right? I'm gonna give you my word though. All right, I will give you my word. You read my word. I give you my word. I hereby, Dorky Thunderson, Chris Nonsense, aka Dork Genius, aka I will not use AI in any of my records or for writing any of my records. Understand that, right? Very important, because even when it comes to aspects, right? If I am going to utilize AI in any way, if I'm making a song themed to something big, something that is large, vast, like anime has so many freaking side stories and different things like that. If I was gonna make an anime themed song, I'd both watch some of the episodes of the anime, first and last episode, you know, see how I feel about it or whatnot. Maybe watch, you know, a series or whatnot, at least the first season or something like that if it is a show, whatever the case. I'm gonna do that research, and then I'll ask AI for some of the most important, like, details, or what are the characters' weapons, or, you know, something like that. But I won't tell it to write a freaking song, bro. That's where it's cheating. If you're saying write my lyrics for this, if you're like, you know, like you're cheating a little bit in that way. The whole aspect is you figuring out where you want every single word to go, what you want the song to be about, you figuring out that combination and making that dope or whatnot. But any aspect where they feel like, once again, all you ever gotta do is test an artist in person. Test an artist in person. Make a song, be like, hey, come to the studio with me. Test them. That's all you ever have to do. Come to the studio with me. Say no phones. Have it be a thing where there are no phones allowed. So if you're gonna write something, you gotta do it on paper. You know, every other aspect, you know, you're simply recording the song and getting it done or whatnot. But if you don't have somebody there who's able to use AI for their stuff, they have to rely on their skill. And like, come on, man. Like, it's very important. So if you think you're a rapper and need AI to write for you, then you're straight up a weirdo, whatnot, man. I'm saying though, I'm trying. You didn't see that post? You didn't see that freaking post? It was a post from an artist, basically. I think they were doing an interview, and they were one of the freestyle rappers from, like, I think the recent, like, XL freestyle or something like that. And they were talking about how they utilize AI to write, you know, some of their stuff or whatnot. And it's like, bro, I get it. AI can help you here and there, you know, give you some ideas and stuff, but also it sucks. It sucks because, you know, you want to know how much of the ideas were that artist. You want to know like what they were able to fully come up with without that help. The moment that you have to, even when it comes to writers, we're really talking like hip hop and rap. Even when it comes to writers, we still feel some type of way because we're like, bro, you're supposed to be telling your own story. You know what I mean? Benzino getting another rapper to write his Eminem diss, you lose all credibility at that point because you went on a tour talking shit every 5 minutes about him and how he doesn't deserve this and da 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 and blah 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 blah. He's a plant, bruh. You did this consistently, yet you can't think of 2 bars. You can't think of 2 bars for M, and you did all that freaking talking and whatnot. That just, you know, that right there was a turn off, you know, completely or whatnot. Not that I ever listened to Benzino anyways, but like it still felt like you can't even be a part of the conversation where you're trying to call even yourself the best and then need help. Cause that's the whole point. People should come to you. Like people don't get that. People have to come to you for help if you're the best. But if you also need help, what does that say about you? You know what I mean? And what does that mean for another person's record? Does that mean you're gonna get help to write theirs if you can't? It's a whole freaking thing. Let me see. Can hardly look at him, bruh. Benzino is having a hard time. You know what I'm saying? Let's leave him out. Yo, listen, Benzino. I mean, look, because M has always been on my top, all right? Since M came out, it was like I had found somebody that I liked as much as like a Redman, a Ludacris, you know what I'm saying, and stuff. And he was just very animated. He was something different. Even when, again, I first heard Brain Damage, okay? I didn't know what race he was, so it wasn't even a like, oh, it's because he's white. I didn't even know what it was. He could have been Mexican for all I knew. But listening to the song, it was just something new. It was dope. It was on the radio. These are the results of 1,000 electric bolts. You know what I'm saying? I was like, what? What is this? You know? And then eventually when Hi My Name Is came out, I got to see that video and was like, what? He was white the whole time? Yo! And then, you know, it was just... And he's produced by Dr. Dre. What is happening? You know, it was a whole bunch of sort of stuff, right? But I've never felt like the other thing is like Eminem respects hip hop. Eminem respects hip hop in a way like no other. He can recite entire Rakim verses. Okay? I need people to get that through their head. If M is not on your top, that's fine. But show him a little bit more respect because he shows the culture probably more respect than half the artists that you've pretty much seen out there when they're talking about rap, hip hop at all. M chooses to talk about a Rakim, like early artist that came out before his time that he absolutely has loved and embraced, and how their rhyme technique and style is and why he's loved it. Like for him to be able to do that and then thank all of them in his acceptance speech, including Brand Nubian, and if you know, you know. But like stuff like that, it's got to show his humility. People have to understand what that means, because once you reach a certain place, you don't really even have to look back and like try to, you know, talk about the culture, you know, like that, and how much it still, you know, means to you. He could have been completely mainstream. He could have only made records with like bigger rock artists and stuff like that, but like he chose to sign a Conway Machine and a Conway the Machine and a Slaughterhouse, and you know what I mean? Like, I think he deserves a lot more, you know, respect. You know, I get it, but I don't. And what do you say? You said Ed could not replicate Guilty Conscience or whatnot. I mean, I bet you it could try, though. It could try with the back and forth. It tried something potentially creative. But, I mean, it was just a very unique time. All of those records. See, you gotta, when you listen to Slim Shady, it feels like an adventure within that album. Everything from Role Model, and you know, like it goes on a just like interesting you know, trajectory that's just freaking dope or whatnot. That's freaking crazy. I said you gotta think of kids that are hearing this version of maybe you said making my band was an act of lunacy. Oh, my band. It's just don't even know the name of my band. But I liked that when it came out too. Everything from Purple Pills, my band, like it's having fun. Now, if people only see the straight up goofy songs from him and they feel some type of way, like everybody's different. Everybody likes different type of music. Some people like to be mindless, and so they don't really care about what the artist is saying. They just really want to hear dope flows and a dope beat. There are then those that want to laugh, so they do like the comedic aspect and animated, you know, artists and people who can take you on that sort of journey. And then there are those who want something a little bit more hardcore. They, you know what I'm saying? They want music that reflects what they're doing at the moment. So if they in some gangster shit, if they finna do a drive-by, if they you know what I mean? They want music that makes them feel like, you know, the artist can relate in a way or whatnot. For them, if they're hearing an artist, you know, just going on something silly, they're not gonna relate, you know, as much or whatnot. So I do feel like, you know, his more hardcore songs do seem like they would do a little bit better or whatnot. Remember me? You know what I'm saying? When I go out, I'ma go out shooting. I don't mean when I die. I mean when I go out to the club, stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's still funny, but he gets in there in like a really dope way or whatnot, right? And I like just his mindset when it comes to those kind of songs or whatnot. Even was it on D12's album? Or was it on one of M's album? The one shot, two shot, everybody. I think it was on one of M's and stuff like that, right? The one shot, two shot, where they were in the club and then they were just trying to get out the club because someone was shooting it up. The fact that they can make a song like that's the shit that I love. If you're gonna make a club song, why not just make it about being in the club while it's getting shot up and you're trying to get out there, and it's all, you know, dope. And M's verse like lumped everybody in it. I've never seen someone like this in my life before. You know what I'm saying? He was just going in and including everybody, talking about Bazaar's wife and what was happening with that, man. Again, I love that shit or whatnot. I don't see how people can't get entertainment with that. That's always why I've loved Ludacris as well. He's always been like larger than life. Love to get in there. Yeah, that's cool. And then we're rapping. I'm saying, even fight music. Man, oh my gosh. So I go back, right? We talk about shock value music sometimes on the show. There's an artist named Dev who will send stuff with kind of out there content, right? And then I mean, every other line is like some crazy shit where like we end up having to cut it. Like even if he can rap, we can hear him rapping for real, but we always end up having to cut it because, you know, it's just he took it too far with the content or whatnot. And then I go back to fight music, right? And I remember what Bazaar said, which, you know, the thing he said about his grandma and stuff like that. You know, it was, I'm like, bro, are you serious, man? Like, she must have did you wrong. She must have did you wrong for you to even want to put her in that under the bus like that, because that is crazy. But Bazaar was that of the group. He was the, let me do something a little bit crazy. You know, so he said, it's hard to say it. It's hard to freaking say it, you know. I'll just give you the gist of it, right? He basically said a line that said, you know why his privates are so numb? Because his grandmother, you know, gave him dome pretty much, and he didn't come. That is basically the gist of the line put out of order in a certain context or whatnot. But like, who says that, man? That's crazy, bro. Like, my whole video probably gonna get demonetized already just for that. And I'm like, man, he just went out and said it in a song, and they just like, all right. It was a different time though. We lived in whole different times. There were words you could potentially say without feeling like it was a bad thing. Over time, things become a little bit more, you know, like, and maybe that's not the best thing to feed to the children and you know, all that. I mean, it's not like it was on the radio with that, but yeah. He said, yeah, you need to do the time for that, man. Again, you gotta think, like, you don't just randomly say some shit like that unless you really kind of had it out for that person, right? You know what I mean? Like, you gotta have something in there. But like, again, even M with Kim was, you know, going a little bit crazy with, you know, his whole songs and whatnot. And at the time, we weren't like, oh shit, you know, you need to check on this guy. You know what I mean? We were kind of just like, you know, wow, it's creative that you can make an entire song about that at all. And like, no one feels some type of way or what. It was just creative because it was hip hop, right? And it was, at least the way I saw it, like his way of just piecing together his frustration and thoughts throughout that relationship and time, and then trying to throw something, you know, a little bit creative in it or whatnot. You know, and I feel like he was kind of one of the first shock value artists that we did have. You know, at some point he did get, he's gone into places where he does go in and kind of say just some random, you know, shit or whatnot. So there's that. But nonetheless, he can rap. He knows how to rhyme shit. When you say, nah, that got a little too dark and stuff like that, they're in with on too many bills or whatnot. I mean, that might be why he got into some of those random moments. He said horrid, you know, sadistic things though. Yeah, he did. It really depended on kind of what vibe he was in, but nonetheless, man, he's cut from many claws. Anyways, I appreciate you guys for rocking with me. It's about to be freaking 3 o'clock, man. You know, if I can, I'll cut some of these into segments. We've had a great conversation. Follow me. I should be live sometime tomorrow night on all platforms. We will, and shall I be back and we will see what is up. Or hold on. Oh no, yeah, we're good. We shall see what is up, but I appreciate you guys for being a part of the conversation. You said switch beats is that? Stop, man. I can't go now. You gonna say switch beats is listen. What are we talking? Rapping or are we talking beats? Because it can't be beats. He wouldn't be where he was if his beats weren't freaking dope. He's produced a lot of some of DMX's greatest records, The Locks, right? You know what I'm saying? Jada Kiss. We can go down that list of artists. He's even produced, a few records for Beyonce and potentially Gwen Stefani, was it? I forgot. Either way, Swiss has been a favorite producer of mine for some time. Since I pretty much, heard him and his unique kind of like weird sound that he's able to somehow always consistently, utilize throughout, different beats and whatnot. He's unique, right? Then when it comes to rapping, right? If we're having that conversation, while he's not the best, I by all intensive purposes do not think he is anywhere in the worst. He's not in the worst rapper of all time list to me, not where near any of those artists or whatnot. At the same time, there is a reason why he's not released too many solo albums, and he does more production than anything, and then will at the very least get on the choruses, which I still find smart. As I said, for you guys who are producers, the smartest thing that you could ever do is make sure that you're putting yourself on the choruses of at least the beats. That way, not only do you incite what the record should be about, but, technically you get a little bit of writer's credits right along with the production, credits. So, a little bit of a win-win there and all that good stuff. And you say he's not dope though, man. No.
Bro, it's 2 in the morning, fell asleep and I'm yawning, waking up on the lawn, I'm seeing blue and orange. People follow me to school and copy me until I stopped and put my music on. I'm just crawling like a zombie, gnawing on a Nazi, proudly in his uniform. Born identity, homie, you've been warned. My brain is so...
Again, I don't know what we are comparing though here, right? Like, look, here the problem is like, if you're comparing, you can't compare like Swiss Beats to like a Twista, a Tech 9, a M, a freaking Busta Rhymes, a Nas. Like, he's not that type of artist at all. Okay, so once you sort of acknowledge that, and you sort of just look at the standard aspects or whatnot, right? In the same way where like Nori is not necessarily immediately the best or the worst, right? We've loved shit within there. We've loved how he's got in there and rapped or whatnot, but I don't think he's always been notoriously in that same discussion. I still like Nori though. Nori I was listening to at the same time I was listening to Cameron, right? So Nori was out listening. I was listening to Cameron with Super Thug. You know what I'm saying? All that. And I bought that album, and then Cameron came out with Horse and Carriage around that same time, man. So I remember having both albums, Horse and Carriage. You know what I mean? And Cameron had his thing as well, man. Either way. Theo said I didn't get a notification. Yeah, we've been talking for about an hour about straight hip hop, man. You missed it. You missed it. Be ill. Say Camel was one of my faves, man. What else was I going to say? Oh, remember? Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Like, listen, that right there. I said I was gonna make a button out of that. Or I was trying to decide whether I wanted to do like a remix. Did I find something? No, I don't have it. But yeah, that right there. Ooh, forgot about that one. People forget about all those damn freaking songs, man. That's why I be saying like people need to go back and like do the reactions to stuff, because there was a lot of gems. There was a lot of gems back in the day that just, you know, I want to see how they hit today. And so I may have to go back and listen to early Rough Riders, No Limit, freaking everything. We gonna have to make a whole series and see what's up. Sweatsuit bird call. What sweatsuit bird call? What did I do? I don't even remember what I did and shit like that. So that's gonna be a surprise. That is going to be a surprise and stuff like that. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh, that's a perfect song to like close out the album and shit like that. At the end it goes, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Listen, I don't know how I remember all these things. I think I don't know if you were in the building when we talked about, see, I'm still here. I don't know why I'm still here right now, but we are. We talked about how Jay-Z's, one of Jay-Z's Blueprint albums, like at the very end had like some bonus records on it. Right? If you let the last song play for like about 3 minutes or so, you get like 3 extra songs in there if you just keep letting it play or whatnot. And that was a surprise. That was probably also the only time I've ever seen that done or whatnot. I always wondered why, you know, why it worked completely for him and why nobody else, you know, followed, right? Because that seemed like something that would have been nice. It was like an Easter egg. And also, I guess it showed how much dedication that we as fans had or whatnot, because, you know, you don't know about that unless you get to the end of the album and then let that last song actually play through and through, and then, you know, sit there for a bit before you put something else on the CD. You know, like you just don't know until it happens. So, you know, that was kind of dope, sort of seeing that happen. I wonder, and we can't play that. He said that's gonna be my watermark or something like that. Yeah, I gotta see it. All right, man. Peace out. I will see y'all tomorrow. We did too much time in this thing right here. What'd you say? 2 hours. 2 hours, 3 minutes. I don't know what you're talking about, man. All right, we out.